Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. How's everybody doing? Welcome back for some more 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. When we last left off, we woke up in the ship. We saw a dude get killed. And now we are. How much time do we have left? Like 5 hours, I want to say, before the ship sinks to the bottom. So we need to find a way out. Currently, we are teamed up together with June, who's apparently Akane, a main character, Junpei's childhood friend. And we also stuck with a woman named Lotus and an edgy dude named Santa. So, let's see how this continues. We stepped out of the kitchen and into a hallway that looked rather familiar. Metal grate stretched from wall to wall. Beyond them were two elevators and the entrance to the kitchen. They had entered the kitchen from one door and came out the other. That meant their map of the ship's interior was accurate. They laid the map out in front of them and began to discuss their next step. There are four possible routes: A, B, C, and D. First, A and B. A and B both seem to connect to an L-shaped room. However, the two doors that lead to the room were both locked and could not be opened. Next was Route C. It goes all the way to the main staircase. That means it's door 5, one of the numbered doors. Do you think we could meet up with the other four after this hallway? No, I don't think we will. Why not? Look. There, by the stairs. See how the gate is opened? When we went into the kitchen, it was closed. But it's open now. What do you think that means? They opened it. Most likely. If we take Route C, we're going backwards. It would be pointless. And that means all four looked at the map. They all looked at the staircase, its lazy curve leading down, deeper into the ship. Route D then. D it is. Yep, Route D. Now we're set. They jogged down the stairs until they reached the C deck. Just to be sure, they kept going to check the deck beneath. Yeah, just like I thought. Deck D is totally underwater. Just like the bottom of the central staircase. The water gazed back at them, its smooth surface like a great mirror. As ominous as it was, Junpei took at least some comfort from the fact that the level hadn't gone up much since the last time he'd seen it. They turned back to C deck. It didn't take long to find the two elevators in front of the stairs. They looked identical to the elevators on the top floor, with one exception. These elevators had a card reader on the wall between. On the card reader was a strange mark. Hey look, it's Lotus' symbol. Huh? See, it's a woman's symbol with a thorn on it. That seems like... Ouch, 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 ouch. Lotus had taken hold of Junpei's hair. She began to shake him violently, and he thought he heard a low growl coming from her throat. Such violence. Junpei began to wonder if she was not the devil itself. With an uncomfortable smile, June spoke up. This is a Mercury symbol. The thorn symbolizes the wings of Hermes' staff. Hermes, herpes, whatever. Can't get this thing to work, these elevators aren't going anywhere. In other words, we need a key card with the Mercury symbol on it. Probably. They gave up on the elevator and returned to the stairs. The hallway stretched out to the left. A great many doors lined both sides of the hallway. They weren't sure how many, but certainly enough to be discouraging. Damn it, if we try and search all these, the sun's gonna go down before we're done. We've done half of them. I think the sun's already set. I have a feeling the ship is the only thing that's going to be going down anytime soon. It's even worse. Well, we can't come back to the hallway. We can come back to this hallway later. We'll check the hallway on the other side, shall we? Frustration and fear building, they walked back to the stairs. To the right was a small hallway. Quickly, they headed into it. It was approximately the same size as the alcove in front of the stairs. The hallway led toward the stern, and at its end was a set of double doors. Let's open it. Junpei nodded and grabbed the one closest to him. He gave a small tug and felt it move. It was unlocked. Thrilled to have found an unlocked door, he threw it open. I'm just waiting for the game to jump scare me at some point. Like, don't they do that in Resident Evil? Like the older games? Junpei didn't know what to make of what he saw. Lots of beds, it seems, and a lot of doors. He simply stood, unable to speak. The others simply stared, open-mouthed. After a few long moments, Santa managed to speak. What the hell is this? A massive room stretched out in front of them, more a cavern than a room. Its vastness was oppressive, and it bore down on the four companions. It was not empty, however. The entire room was filled with lines upon lines of beds. They were simple things, little more than pipe and tin mattresses. Is this a hospital? He had at last been able to put a name to the harsh scent that pervaded the room. The room swam with a harsh, biting smell of antiseptic. In the center of the room were shelves stacked with medicine, and a number of medical devices, the function of which Junpei did not know. More importantly, however, on the back wall of the room were 4 doors. 3 of them were emblazoned with large single-digit numbers made with thick red paint. The door on the left was labeled 3. The second door from the left had no number, but the third had been given a 7. And the rightmost door had an 8. There could be no doubt, they were numbered doors. It did strike Junpei as strange, however, that the door between 3 and 7 should be blank. What, he wondered, could it mean? Let's take a look at the doors. Yes, that sounds like a good plan. Junpei headed toward the doors, weaving his way between the beds. He started with the door 3 on the left and moved to the right until he reached door 8. Okay, so all of them are locked. It's no use. Oh, it's no use! Well, of course. If it was that easy to open these doors, what would be the point of the nonary game? You have to activate the red, or the numbered doors won't... Wait a minute. What's wrong? Look, the display on the red. There's nothing on it. Huh? Don't you remember? The red at the central staircase? If no one was inside, it said vacant. Well, yeah, you're right. But this one... There's nothing on it. Right? I wonder if it's broken. Only one way to find out. He didn't respond. All 4 took turns placing their hands over the red, but they refused to respond. They pulled at the lever and still did nothing. As they soon discovered, it was only the red for door 8 that was behaving strangely. The red on door 7 also refused to respond. And door 3 was similarly silent. None of them would respond. What did it mean? Aha, I knew it. They are broken. Zero sure shocks at maintenance. No, that's impossible. You really think Zero was prepared who prepared all of this? Make such a stupid, simple mistake? Maybe, but that doesn't explain why this thing ain't working. It was at the moment they heard a voice from behind them. I believe the bottom of the device has been removed. They spun around to see... Snake! Not Solid Snake, though. But it was more than just Snake. Ace, Clover, and Seven quickly filed into the room as well. Although they were glad to see one another, it wasn't terribly surprising that they had. It happened the other party who had opened the gate in front of the kitchen. It was unreasonable that they bumped into one another eventually. The rest of Snake's team, however, did look rather surprised. How? How did you guys... How did you end up here? After a moment of silence and surprise, everyone suddenly began to talk, desperate to exchange information. They talked about the rooms they had been through and how they'd end up in the same place. Of course, none of it was very useful information, but it hardly mattered. They were happy to simply see one another again, although the level of cheer varied greatly from person to person. Each one of them was wearing some manner of smile, almost as though they had already forgotten about the death of the Nine Man. No, thought Junpei, perhaps that wasn't it. Perhaps thoughts of the deaths were that drove them to smile at one another. Not in a morbid or hateful way, no. The Nightman had died, but they were still alive, and that was something to be happy about. A sort of simple, uncomplicated joy, Junpei thought. The joy of being alive. Still alive. He felt sorry for the Nightman, but more than anything, Junpei was just happy to be alive. There you have it, or half of the story. His part finished, Ace fell silent. For a moment, Junpei was silent, in thought. Then he spoke. Okay, let me see if I got all this straight. When you guys got here, the bases for the rats were already gone. You looked all over this room, but you couldn't find anything. So you figured that there might be something in the hallway with all the doors. So you went and had a look? Yeah. While you were looking around, you heard voices? Uh-huh. So you followed the voices and came back here. Indeed. And that was how we found you. Junpei examined the three rats again, just in case. On the bottom of each was a long, tin cap. It looked like a slot for something. Probably something electronic. Well, this isn't good. If the rat is inactive, we can't keep going. Well, what about the hallway over there? Is there anywhere else we can go? No, there isn't. There are plenty more hospital rooms, but nothing else. Hospital rooms? That's what's behind all these doors? Yes. There are a number of individual rooms, in addition to this large one. There was a door at the end of the hallway, but it was locked. There was an astrological symbol engraved near the keyhole, however. I was able to get a good feel of it. I believe it was the symbol of Jupiter. Not again. Those goddamn things are everywhere. I wonder what they all mean. For a moment, everyone was silent, deep in thought. While we're asking what things mean, what's the deal with this room? I mean, I thought this was a cruise ship. I can't imagine a cruise ship would have a hospital like this. Of all people, it was Seven who answered, and with calm confidence. Well, I figured it's probably a hospital ship. Chances are, it's the Gigantic. Not the Titanic. The Gigantic? Junpei looked confused. So did everyone else. What is this Gigantic? Seven knit his brows for a moment and began to explain. The Gigantic. He explained that she had been a sister ship to the Titanic, built in the early 20th century. The Titanic had two sister ships, who were identical to one another in nearly every aspect. The Gigantic was said to be one of them. She was initially intended to be a passenger liner, like the Titanic, but soon after the ship was launched, the First World War began, and she was pressed into duty by the British Navy as a hospital ship. Sometime later, the Gigantic was damaged by a German mine in the Aegean Sea. She managed to run around after the incident, and consequently was not sunk. What then happened to the Gigantic after her fateful encounter in the Aegean Sea? One theory ran that a man named Lord Gordain purchased her. Lord Gordane, it seemed, had been one of the few survivors of the Titanic tragedy, and the trauma had turned him into an obsessive collector of all things related to the Titanic. As the obsession deepened, he began to desire the Titanic itself. That, of course, was impossible. The Titanic lay at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. The Gigantic, however, had not suffered such a dire fate, and as she was identical to her sister ship, she caught Lord Gordane's eye. So you're saying this Lord Gordane bought the ship? Yeah, at least I think I am. That's impossible. No way we're in some boat that almost 100 years old. Pipe down, just pay attention. What? That's it? Well, have you got any proof? Proof? Proof that the ship is really the Gigantic? Well, the ship's got stuff that's like the Titanic and a hospital ship. So I just figured. Oh, for goodness, don't tell me that's your only reason. No, I got more. Like? Well, I mean... Seven looked around desperately, doing anything to avoid meeting Lotus's piercing stare. He scratched his head for a moment, then gave up. Finally, he opened his mouth. I don't know. Lotus sighed and shook her head. I guess your memory isn't back yet, is it? Yeah, sorry about that. Hey, wait a minute. Memory isn't back? Junpei was, he felt, legitimately shocked by what seemed to be new and very important information. Everyone else, however, seemed unimpressed. In fact, they all looked at Junpei as though he had said something very strange. He decided to revise his attitude for the next question. Wait, was I the only one that didn't know? Everyone nodded. Why? Oh, yeah, I guess I didn't tell you, huh? I told the rest of them before I ran into you on the stairs. I told them I couldn't remember a damn thing from before I woke up. What? Then, almost as if to save Junpei from further embarrassment. A bell began to ring from far away. It sounded those of the clock at the main stairway. Junpei counted each chime carefully. 10, 11, 12. Midnight then. It's midnight. You still got 6 hours left, right? We don't have any time to screw around. Let's get going. We gotta find the missing parts for the Reds. What do you mean find? How on earth do we suppose you do that? We've looked everywhere in this room. There's only leaves one place to look. One? Well, that's not really right. But wait. Don't tell me you mean we need to search all of these other rooms. Don't freak out. We already searched 4 of them. 4 rooms. We just had to split up the rest between the 8 of us. If each person does 6 rooms, there'll be 48 rooms, right? So there are 48 rooms left? Her early experiences had apparently not encouraged Lotus to trust 7. 7 scratched his head awkwardly. I don't know. After a little more discussion, they split up and headed towards the rooms to begin searching them. Junpei was chosen to search the rooms on the starboard side, moving from fore to aft. They also determined they would return to report their findings the next time the clock sounded the time. When they did, they would meet back in the large central room full of beds. If, during the search, any one of them were to locate the missing components, they were to yell for the others. If the strategy failed, they returned to discuss their options later. The details decided, they left to begin searching. Out into the hallway they went, each to the rooms they had been assigned. However, from far away, Junpei could hear the bell ring. It did so only once. It was 1 a.m. He jogged to the entrance of the large hospital room to find 6 of the others already there. Ace, Santa, Clover, June, Seven, and Lotus. They gathered in front of door number 8. Or perhaps to be accurate, they had gathered in front of the red next to door number 8. Had one of them found the missing piece? What happened, guys? It was June who answered him. Jumpy, look! She pointed at the red. He pushed through the others until he stood in front of it. Immediately, he knew what she had meant. The display on the front of the red's vacant. Junpei sighed. Come on, guys, who was it? I thought we were supposed to yell if we found it. Well... Junpei wondered why she was hesitating. The others looked as confused as June, but kept their mouths shut. What the hell? What is up with you guys? They all knew something he didn't, and Junpei wasn't about to leave things that way. Finally, Lotus frowned and spoke. Well, that's the thing. We don't know. You don't know? When I got back, it was already like this. There was no one else here. That means I was the first one back, but... missing parts were already back in the red. Junpei looked at the bottom of the red again, just to make sure. The slot that had been open on the bottom was now covered with metal. Clearly, whatever had been missing had been returned. What about the other two? They're the same. Junpei quickly examined the other 2 boxes. Satisfied that they were also repaired, but still very confused, he returned to the others. Alright, I just want to be sure here. Nobody has any idea what the hell happened here, right? Ace and June nodded silently. Seven raised his hands as if to say, not me, and Sandra just shrugged. Only Clover lowered her head and did nothing. Huh? Wait a minute. That was when he noticed. Where's Snake? Junpei swept his eyes across the room a second time, but Snake was nowhere to be seen. Does it mean he had found him? I have no idea. There's nothing to suggest it, but nothing to suggest he didn't either. I suppose we'll know until we can ask him in person. Well, whatever he did or didn't do, he's pretty damn late. What the hell is he up to? Maybe he's lost. Yeah, well, that seems likely. You can't see. I don't know how he's got around in the first place. Clover raised her head. No, that's impossible! Suddenly she was shouting. Yeah, my brother's blind, but he's got really great hearing. He can get around as well as anyone who can see. So he couldn't get lost. That's impossible! Clover had started to shake and the knuckles of her hands had gone white. She spun around before she did. Junpei noticed tears welling up in her eyes. I'm gonna go look for him. Words were barely out of her mouth when she began to run. Hey! Hold on, Clover. Wait! Junpei cried out to her, but he was too slow. She kept going, and before anyone else could react, she was gone. Damn it. What should we do now? Well, the red is working now. No, we're not leaving 2 people behind. We should go look for them. Oh man, this ain't good. Oh yes, it was an excellent idea. We just wasted a bunch of time looking for some piece of electronic junk. Now let's waste some more by looking for a couple of idiots. So remain here if you feel you must, but there's no time. We've only 5 hours left. Junpei and the others nodded to one another and took off at a run. Found at the stairs that led to B deck, they decided to split up. They quickly assigned search areas and went their separate ways. Soon only 2 of them were left. Those 2 were Junpei and June, who had been a few steps behind the others. Alright, we should go too. Yes, let's go. But where should we start? Let's see. I don't think a large possible room. Maybe the hallway with all the rooms? You can check out that hallway with all the rooms. Okay, let's go, Junpei. They turned and ran down the hallway to their left. Ahead of them, farther down the hallway, they spotted Ace. Hey, Snake, where are you? Answer me if you're there. Junpei paused. What did he want to do? Probably let Ace handle it. Why don't you just leave this area to Ace? We can go somewhere else. I don't mind. But where? Well, let's see. The casino? Let's take a look around the casino. Okay, let's go. They turned and headed towards B-Deck. Before they knew it, they were there. So was Lotus. She was leaning against the wall, examining her nails. Hey, what do you think you're doing? She glanced up at him, unimpressed. Isn't it obvious? I'm looking for Snake. But she's not seeing it. Really? Maybe you need to look harder. Goofy didn't think there was a problem. Oh, by the way, I've got a proposal for you two. Care to hear it? Sure. What is it? Well, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll get right to it. Why don't we team up? Team up? Yeah, what? What, do you need me to explain it to you? I'm saying, why don't we go through a numbered door? If you wanted to, that's impossible. Why? Snoopy's bracelet number is 5, mine is 6, and yours is 8. Our digital root would be 1. 5 plus 6 plus 8 equals 19. 1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. There's no number 1 door in the large hospital room. Only doors that are... There are 3, 7, and 8. Then we had another person. Huh? Ooh. What? Isn't that easy? 7. He was right. If they added 7, 5 plus 6 plus 8 plus 7 equals 26. 2 plus 6 equals 8. And the 4 of them could go through the number 8 door. But... Whoa, hold on a sec. What about the other 4? Why don't you add them up? That was simple enough. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. The digital root for those 4 would be 1. That's right. And you know the number 1 door isn't in the big hospital room, right? Of course I know that. No. Are you saying to leave them behind? Of course not. What kind of a woman do you think I am? Once we get off the ship, we could come back and rescue them, couldn't we? And we wouldn't really be leaving them behind. Don't try to lie to us. I don't think you would do anything of the sort. Really? Why do you think that? You remember, don't you? You have less than 5 hours left. If you manage to escape, there's no way you could come back to rescue them in less than 5 hours. But you never know until you try. No. You're not thinking this through. If you brought 7 with us, we wouldn't be able to get off the ship. The 4 of us couldn't open door 9. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9. Wait, I should probably do it. Maybe try like this. Seek a door to number 9. Yeah, I'll try that. Yeah, that's right. The digital root for us 4 would be 8, so we'd have to add Ace to make 9. Right. Unless we bring Ace 2, we'll be stuck. Don't scratch the back of her ear. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. She didn't sound particularly bothered by what Junpei said, nor did she seem particularly surprised. Well, let's try to find another way, okay? A way to get out of here with all 8 of us. That's impossible. Are you being serious? You know that only 5 people at most can go through one of the numbered doors, right? And the number 9 isn't going to be an exception to that rule. Regardless, at least 3 people will get left behind. You're right, that is true. The moment he said it, Junpei felt a chill run down his spine. It was true. How Lotus could remain cavalier about so terrifying a prospect was beyond him. When they found the number 9, they would have to choose which 3 of them would die. Lotus's forehead furrowed. Do you think I could have a moment alone? There are some things I need to think about. Alright then, Junpei and June turned and began walking away from Lotus. Talking to her had left them feeling ill. Junpei's heart felt heavy and his steps sluggish. But he told himself pessimism wouldn't get him nowhere. So he forced himself to smile and turn to June. Let's just focus on finding Snake for now, okay? Yes, you're right. We can think about those other things later. Junpei nodded. Alright, where should we go next? First class cabin, maybe. Take a look at the first class cabin. It's really close. They turned around and took off down the hallway to the left. Outside of the first class cabin, they found Clover. She was standing in front of the wall. She was staring at the meaningless point on the wall, her eyes blank. What should Junpei do? Try talking to her? Are you alright? It is best to sound friendly, but Clover didn't respond. Look, I know you're really worried, but you could think of no words to say that didn't sound hollow or fake. Junpei hesitated. Clover was so consumed by worry and fear that Junpei feared it would crush her. Her actions didn't surprise him. She had suddenly lost her brother, who she seemed to have been very close to. Her voice was thin, barely audible. Alone. Alone. I said leave me alone! Suddenly she was screaming. You're so annoying, just go away and leave me alone. Just looking at you guys is pissing me off. Go away, okay? Just go somewhere else. Stop bothering me. Junpei was taken aback. Such anger and hate. June's eyes had gone wide with surprise as well. Why are you still here? Did you hear me? Fine, forget it. If I'm gonna leave, then I'll just... Alright, let's go, June. Yeah. They turned and left Clover. As they did, Junpei glanced back over his shoulder to see Clover wiping tears from her face. Clover had driven home the mystery of their situation. But Junpei told himself that getting depressed would get him nowhere but depressed. For Clover's sake, they had to find Snake, and fast. It is best to push away the misery and depression and force us. Where do you think we should go next? Back to the large hospital room? Alright, that's probably the best idea. Together they ran down the stairs. On the way to the large hospital room, Junpei and June noticed Sandra standing next to the number 3 door. Junpei paused. What should Junpei do? Let's talk to him. Junpei and June walked up to Sandra. What are you doing? What, you can't tell? I'm checking out the rats. Why, is there something bothering you? What? It's not bothering you? Huh? The guts of this rat. Why don't you wonder who the hell put it back in? Yeah, that's true. I'm curious too, but... Who do you think did it? Santa's eyes narrowed as he looked at June. She shook her head. I don't know. What about you, Junpei? Who do you think fixed this thing for us? I don't know. Snake is suspicious because he's also missing, I would say. I think it would have to be Snake, wouldn't it? Maybe you got back before any of us. You found the part somewhere, I put them back and went through one of the number doors. No, it's not possible. You have to authenticate with at least 3 people, or the rat wouldn't open the door. There's no way a single person could get through there by themselves. Yeah, I guess you're right. That's a stupid mistake, and Junpei knew it. How did he make such a foolish miscalculation? And how did Santa notice it so quickly? Perhaps he just wasn't as clever as he used to be. Junpei shook his head sadly. So in other words, one of us is the person who fixed the rat. Santa grinned. Bingo. We have a winner. But if that's true, then the person who did it doesn't want the rest of us to know. They fixed the rat. Yeah. But why? No idea. Maybe if they come clean on that, it means we'd find out something else. Something bad. Something bad? Don't know. But whatever it is, it gotta be worth hiding. Of course. Could have something to do with Snake's disappearance. Think maybe they did something to Snake? It's not out of the question. Junpei stared at Santa. There was something about him that made Junpei wary. At first he assumed the other man wasn't terribly clever, but Junpei was beginning to think he would need to re-evaluate that assessment. When Santa spoke again, his voice was quiet. Look, if you trust anybody in this game, you're gonna lose. You gotta be careful. The person you trust the most could turn out to be the one who stabs you in the back. Without a pressing suggestion, he turned and quietly walked away. Junpei and June looked at one another and smiled awkwardly. Where do we go next? Finished searching. Looked everywhere they could think of, but Snake was nowhere to be found. Lotus looked around at 6 frustrated faces and spoke. You can't keep looking for Snake. Wherever he is, it's not here. We need to get moving. People couldn't disagree on what she was saying. Snake seemed to have completely disappeared. There was no point in wasting any more time. They all seemed to be having similar thoughts, but they stayed silent. Finally, Seven spoke. We don't got a choice. Lotus is right. We're not gonna find Snake. There's a problem, though. We've gotta figure out who's gonna go through which door. Yes, I have a proposal. She walked back and forth across the floor, her heels clicking against the wood. Finally, she stopped. Why don't we decide on one person to sacrifice? Sacrifice? Well, perhaps that's a bit of a harsh word, but yes. We've all figured out by now, haven't you? We can't all make it through those doors. You split into 2 teams of 4 and 3 people, respectively, and 3 people will be left behind. If you split into 2 teams of 5 and 2 people, respectively, then 2 people will be left behind. But if you split into 2 groups of 3 and leave 1 person out, then only 1 person will be left behind. Leave you behind 3 people with 2 teams of 4 and 3. Not sure. Two wasn't quite sure that. Wait a minute. 2 people get left behind to split into 5 and 2. And 1 person get left behind to split 3, 3 and 1. I got that part. You can't go through the number of doors with any less than 3 people. But it's split into 4 and 3, then why do 3 people have to be left behind? Let's run the numbers. Let's say we go through door 7 with 1, 4, 5, 6. Who's left over? It would be 3, 7, 8. What's the digit root for that? 3% plus 8 equals 18. So add 1 and 8, 9. Exactly. But door 9 isn't here, right? That means 3, 7, 8 won't be going anywhere. And that's just an example, of course. There are a lot of different combinations, but the result will always be the same. It doesn't matter which 4 it is, the 3 that are left over can't go through any of the doors. Go ahead and calculate it if you have the time. You'll see. Anyway, that's how it is. Now if you get back to my proposal, you only had to sacrifice 1 person who split into 3, 3 and 1. When Stefan spoke, his voice was strained. Then, I think we've got to decide who's going to stay behind. Yes, we do. Given the circumstances, it's logically and morally the best solution. If the other 6 are to survive, then 1 person has to sacrifice themselves. No, that's too cruel. What's so cruel about it? To just sacrifice someone like that? Then what's your plan? Maybe you should sacrifice 2 people instead of just 1. That's not what I meant. You shouldn't sacrifice anyone. I told you, that's impossible. Wake up. Whoa, calm down you 2. Had to step between Lotus and June. Look, what Lotus is trying to say is that you should aim to bring the greatest amount of happiness to the greatest amount of people, right? Exactly. That's how democracy works. And for that reason, I think the only fair way to decide will be sacrificed is through a vote. What do you think? No, that's terrible. I'm not asking you. Shut up. What about you, Santa? Me? Well, I agree, I guess. Alright, so 1 vote for. Counting mine, that's 2. 7. I'll say I agree with you, but we don't exactly have a choice. If we don't do something, we're all gonna die. Glad to see you get it. You can get one more vote and it's decided. What about you, Clover? Clover had moved away from the group and was sitting on one of the beds. Her whole body drooped. Junpei didn't know if she'd even heard Lotus. Lotus walked over to Clover and gently laid a hand on her shoulder. Your brother has to be behind one of the numbered doors. He searched everywhere, but we didn't find him. Does that mean he has to have gone through one of them somehow? Clover slowly lifted her face. Let's go look for him together, okay? If we sacrifice one person, then we can go look for him. You agree with me, right? Clover nodded once. The motion carries. Lotus spun around and walked toward Junpei. Now let's start a vote too. That won't be necessary. Ace had barely spoken for Lotus' entire speech, and everyone jumped a little. Six passerby's turned to look at him. He didn't seem to notice or even care. I will stay. That should solve our problem, yes? Ace, what are you saying? No, you can't do that. That won't solve anything. June's voice shook, and she looked around desperately for someone to agree with her. Ace simply looked at her. June, I'm afraid you may have misunderstood. I said I would stay, but I never said I would sacrifice. Huh? I trust you, each and every one of you. I believe you'll come back for me. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's optimistic and then there's just nuts. The doors only go one way. You go in, you don't come out. If you go through them, you won't be able to return, correct? Yeah, true. That will not be the case once you've escaped from the ship. What? Please, I beg you, once you have escaped, come back and rescue me. Ideally, within the time that Zero has given us. No, that's ridiculous. There's no way we could go back in time. Finally, Junpei could hold his tongue no longer. We've only got 5 hours left. We don't even know where the hell we are. How on earth are we gonna find someone who come and rescue you? But perhaps you prefer to stay instead of me. Or perhaps you'll be willing to leave June behind. Ace's voice was dignified and without a hint of cruelty or malice. Junpei had no rebuttal. You see, there's no other choice. Then I see we've come to our conclusion. Go on. Don't worry about yourselves about me. Go quickly. Junpei stood frozen by indecision, unable to move. June bit her lip so hard that Junpei feared she would break the skin. Zeta stood against the wall, calm and aloof. Seven tore his beanie from his head and turned it over anxiously in his hands. Only Clover stared at Ace, with the expression Junpei was unable to decipher. Lotus' attitude, however, was different from the others. Good. Let's accept his kind offer then. She smiled, her eyes bright. Ace answered with a smile of his own. Good, I think this is the best for me. Perhaps I'll be able to take a nap. Perhaps it's my age, but I get tired so easily these days. As he spoke, Ace lowered himself down to the floor next to one of the beds. From somewhere deep in the ship, Junpei suddenly heard the screeching of metal on metal. It was as if the ship were screaming. Would it really hold until their time limit was up? Already D-deck was flooded. In the sudden silence, the only sound was the sad metal wail of the ship. But surprisingly, it was Lotus who spoke first. Well, what are you waiting for? We're wasting time. Why don't we hurry up? As if a spell had been broken, the others all began to talk at once. It's storming outside. You're right. We should get going. That's all we can do right now. 7. Seriously, honestly, I was getting kind of sick of listening to you guys talk. You too, Senna? I have to find my brother. Wait, all of you. Let's just calm down and think about this. There has to be a way to get everyone out. There has to be. Right, Junpei? Say something. Yeah, let's think. There's gotta be another way. His words sounded hollow and fake. Fine. Forget about it. I'll figure it out on my own. She spun around and ran toward Ace. He had slumped down next to the bed when June grabbed his arm and pulled. Come on, Ace, please stand up. You can't give up yet. You just have to sit down together and think about this. We'll figure out a way that we can all get out of here. Then it happened. Oh! Ace fell forward. He slumped over onto the wooden floor, his body folded in half like a boxer out cold. Hey, Ace! June cried out and dropped to her knees beside him. She put her arm around his neck and did her best to lift him up. What happened, Ace? Say something. She shook him frantically. His eyes fluttered open. I'm alright. His voice was weak and slightly slurred. How are you? Fine. This. He held out his left arm and slowly opened his hands. There was a syringe and a small vial. The vial was empty. It had only recently been emptied. A few drops clung to the sides. There was a label taped to the side of the container. It read, Soferil Beta. Soferil Beta. Junpei had no idea what it meant or what kind of medicine it might be. Did you use this? Yes, it's just anesthetic. I'll be fine. Anesthetic? I found it earlier while we were searching the hospital rooms. I thought it might be useful later. Thinking I'd be using it on myself. Why did you do this? Didn't I tell you? I'd like to take a nap. I really am very tired. Junpei knew that wasn't why he had done it. Ace had injected himself with anesthetic to forestall Junpei and June's attempt to bring him along. If he couldn't move, there was nothing they could do. He injected himself so that they would be forced to leave him behind. Ace? Something you want to say? I'd like to sleep a little. Could you keep it down? No. Don't, Ace. Don't fall asleep. You feel warm. So comfortable. I think I'll have a nice dream. Ace's eyelids drooped further and further, almost as though he were dying. Ace! Ace! She shook his shoulder again and again, but this time he didn't respond. Only the gentle rising and falling of his chest told him he was alive. June was relieved to see he was, in fact, still breathing. He lifted Ace up off the floor and laid him on the bed he had been leaning against. When Junpei turned around, Lotus gave him a look of pity. We really don't have a choice now. You can't let the sacrifice go to waste, right? He wasn't feeling any remorse. Junpei was sure of that. Still, he held no grounds upon which to oppose her. He felt wrong, but he had to agree. Then suddenly Santa spoke. Yeah, but we're not done choosing yet, are we? Huh? What do you mean? Well, we haven't decided who's going in what door. Ah, yes. Yes, that's true. Well, not the screwing around. Let's decide. You first, Lotus. Which door do you want? I want door number 8. It's the same number as my bracelet number. Got it. You're 8. You're next 7. Which one do you want? I'll take 7. I can't get along with that old lady. What? What did you say? Her face distorted by rage. Lotus took a step forward 7. He threw up his hands and made a face like a child caught with his hands in a cookie jar. Ugh, you're going to get it next time. He shot him a glare that would have melted steel and turned and stalked off. Alright, who's next? Then gaze moved across the 3 people left. Finally, they stopped on Junpei. Junpei, which door do you want? At last, Junpei's mind was already made up. Let's see here. So if we're going with 3 people, if we go in door 8, that means 8 and 5 is 13. Then that would mean that we would have Clover with us. And then... But then 7, 3, and 6, 16. Yeah, that would mean they go in that one. If you decide with 7, and 7 plus 5 is 12. And then we'd still have Clover. And then that would mean that 8, 6, and yeah, that Santa, June, and you know, let's change it up. Let's go with 7 and Clover. I think I'm going with door 7. Okay, 7 it is. Yeah. Alright then, that means June's gotta go through 8. What? Why? What? Santa's grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to explain. The 6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind. There's only 3 ways we can do it. Plan A. Go to 7 with 3, 5, 8, and go to 8 with 4, 6, 7. Uh-huh. Oh, wait, we'll be with Santa. Oh, that's fine. Let me go to 7 with 4, 5, 7. Oh, no, wait, it's all the way around. I got it wrong. Yeah, so we are stuck with Clover and 7 then. Go to 7 with 3, 6, 7. Go to 8 with 4, 5, 8. Okay. And that's it. Those are our only options. In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors. You get it now? Santa finished, June looked over at Junpei, tears welling up at the corner of her eyes. Oh no! You're saying we aren't going to see each other again for a long time? He felt just as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. But he knew if they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile. Hey, come on, you make it sound like we're never gonna see each other again. We got split up, but only for a while. It's just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors, remember? We got split up then too, but we all met back up. I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that. You mean they're connected somewhere? Yeah, probably. Probably? She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected. I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere. Why? What makes you think so? If they don't connect, neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. He's been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'll blow it now. Damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9. June said nothing. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked at June. He met them, and with what reassurance he could manage, laid his hand gently on her shoulder. Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other. I promise. June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod. Yes. Promise? Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered a moment. Oh, you guys are done, right? He stretched and continued. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 8 and Clover can take 7. Any problems with that, Clover? Clover looked away and was silent for a moment. Never. It was more of a dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care. Alright, we're ready to go then. Let's move. At Santa's command, the group split and headed to their respective doors. Clover, 7 and Junpei walked toward door 7. Santa, Lotus, and June headed for door 8. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. 7 took a deep breath. You guys ready? Yeah. Yes. Okay, let's go. get my drink ready. The door had opened. A narrow hallway stretched out before them. Seven and Clover left through the door. The moment they did, their bracelets beat. The detonators in the bracelets had been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his right, toward door 8. June stood there, a mirror image of Junpei. She turned to look toward him. Their eyes met. They nodded. Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds. Then someone took hold of Junpei's arm and hauled him bodily through the door. He heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave a cold electronic beep. Only 81 seconds left. No time to waste, guys. Let's get moving. Seven led the way down the hallway. Junpei and Clover followed him as fast as they could. After what seemed like far more than 81 seconds, they reached the end of the hall. To the left of the wooden door, they found the dead. There's no time to rest or catch their breaths. All three slammed their hands in quick succession over the scanner panel on the dead. Yeah, they're going to do all the panting. Still trying to catch his breath, Seven leaned heavily against the wall. It stopped. It stopped. His smile seems forced and a little crooked. It's the second time I've gone through one of these numbered doors, but you never really get used to it. He stood up straight, no longer out of breath, and wiped some of the sweat from his head and neck. Clover smirked at him. I would have thought that guy your size would have bigger balls than that. What? What the hell did you just say? Say it again. I dare you. You have no. You little. You wanna die? I'd like to see you try. You fucking brats. Alright, let's go. Hey, calm down, guys. This isn't the time for, this. It's not gonna do us any good. Gosh. Junpei sighed. Sometimes he wondered if the doors and the puzzles were really the greatest challenge they faced. Wait here for a minute, alright? I'm gonna go see if there are any other doors. They didn't respond, but Junpei was in the mood for a conversation anyway. First he examined the inner part of the numbered door. It was, of course, shut tight. On the left was a single short hallway that terminated almost immediately at the thick iron wall. Junpei doubted the wall could be moved. At last he gave up and returned to Seven, who was tapping lightly on the wooden door. This door's the only option we've got, right? Yeah, looks like it. There was a metal plate bolted above the door. It read operating room. It also have to be believed the room on the other side of the door was an operating room. Something about it made Junpei feel nervous. There's no point in standing around. Might as well go in and see what's waiting for us. Seven grabbed the brass knob and slowly opened the door. The creak of the hinge sounded like the groan of an old woman. A chill shaked its way down Junpei's spine. Quickly he gathered what courage he could and took the first step into the room. Seven followed, with Clover right behind him. Part of the room just past the door was obscured by a screen. Clover's curiosity got the better of her, and she darted past Junpei to peer around the screen. Yeah! The scream nearly blew out Junpei's eardrums. He and Seven went towards Clover to see what had frightened her. They rounded the screen and the cause for outburst was immediately clear. What the hell's this? Is this a corpse? There's something that looked kind of like a human lying across some sort of bed. No, not a bed. An operating table. The table sat on a rusty steel lid, and a cluster of bright operating lights shone down on it from the ceiling. Slowly they approached. As they got closer to the body, it became clear that it wasn't a body at all. What the hell? This is a huge doll or something. The doll? Clover did not look terribly confident. Slowly she approached the offering table and looked as intently as possible, from as far away as possible, at the thing. Ew. Jupiter could see her legs. You're right. It's only a doll. Man, it really scared me. She heaved a great sigh of relief and wiped a few drops of sweat from her forehead. 7 sweat. Well, I guess it would have been weird if you actually had any points. Shut it! Don't you start with me, fatty! Whoa. What was this? You want a piece of me, short stuff? Yeah, bring it on, you whale! Holy shit! Damn, Clover. Hey guys, not again, okay? Seriously, knock it off. Junpei sighed and shook his head. Anyway, it looks like he got something the two of you could stand to have a little more. Talking about a heart. Huh? Oh, this? You mean on his chest? Yeah. It was set a little higher than normal for a human body, but from the shape of the organ, there could be no doubt that it was a heart. Why would there be a heart in a doll? I don't think it's a doll. Think maybe it's like a medical mannequin or something? Or maybe it's got more personal uses. Oh, a 7. No, no, no. Okay, I'm liking 7 a little bit here. He's been very funny with his remarks. 7's grin was more than a little perverted. Clover glared at him. Anyway, how about we take a look around this place? Let's go. Okay. Sure thing. Oh, escape room time. What? Seek a way out. Ooh. What we got here? Hey, I wonder what this thing is. It says KG on the display. Think maybe it's a scale? There's some sort of lid on this thing. Let's try opening it. Can't, there's no handle. Can't get under with my nails either. These dolls are really kind of creepy, you know? Hey, there's something here. John. Think this is doll's name? Maybe. I think it's creepy. I wonder why it's on the bed. A white cloth. Okay, I'm resting the Clover voice for a little bit. No idea. Table. But kosher forceps. Bunch of surgical tools. I don't think we can interact with anything else there. I think that's those iron short legs. Maybe here. There's nothing inside it. Pipe going outside. Oh. Fake chests. Got like an indentation or something in it. Supposed to be something like the gas to kill the bacteria. There's a boiling thingy over there. Look on the lid or the drawers. Those are kind of indications, hard to tell them apart. All big medical words that I don't understand. You're stupid. Of course, empty. Nothing there. Preparation room. Can we go in? It's locked. The chemical closets. Okay, that's the exits. Yeah. Don't need to tell me. That's the exit. Got it. No need to twist my balls about it. Got a scalpel. None of that stuff looks useful and pretty rusty. Okay. Ugh. I always found these unnerving. Medical mannequin with his gut showing. What's this thing's chest? Something in there. Maybe you can get it out. Arch stuck. Scalpel doesn't work. Oh, got fake organs. Organist, organ, bottom. Billy Clover expected more from you. We all expect more from you, Clover. God dang it. Can these combine? No, it cannot. Okay. Yippee, American, its name is John. If I cut this organ with a scalpel. Oh, an organ key. Ringtail, it has something that looks like a lid on the front of it. Does a key fit in here? No, it does not. Okay, we can't interact with this anymore. Oh, hello. Another medical mannequin. Check, she has a name too. Lucy. And Miss Lucy only has a head and left arm. To find the other parts. In that case. The alpha body parts. Is there really nothing I can do with the fake chest then? What kind of device is touched by specification of the panels? This is scale. Okay, but where will we use the organ key, I wonder? For boiling to sterilize them. Nothing on the shells, it seems. Oh, it's unlocked. The preparation room. What do we have here? A piece of paper. Got a medical record. There's a light here. Going through the beaker. Thing on the right. Okay, why the top is glowing? Red and blue, purple still aren't lit. So we need to probably do like a light puzzle. Won't open. Looks like locked. There's a plate on it. Do you think it could mean something? Well, I don't even know, Clover. Okay, all doors are locked. Sing. Hmm. It's locked. of beds here. Retire, well, that's too damn bad. Okay, every course is still dark. Okay, so we need to come back for this one later, it seems. There doesn't seem to be anything else here. Oh, we unlocked the other door, the chemical closets. Awesome. So note on top of the table, iron equals 1, salt equals 2, water equals 3. Carbon dioxide equals unknown, ammonia equals unknown, and ethanol equals unknown. Hint for, what does that to do with this box? Enter passcode on the keypad to open it. Only enter 3 numbers. Oh, don't know what to write in for. Oh, blue liquids. And a red liquid. Aha! I know what we can do with this. At the spray nozzle, it says CO2. There's dihydrogen monoxide on the shelf. That's water, you dumbass. I know my chemistry. Yeah, why don't you just say water? The bottle says NH3, that's ammonia. It's ammonia. So let's go for a drink. What are you talking about? It says C2H5OH, that's ethanol. No, it's ethyl alcohol. It's pretty much what booze is made of. Well, this is probably a higher percentage than the booze. Still, there could be anything in there. You can put salt on them. Clover, what the fuck are you talking about? You chef, the chef of you put on there. What the fuck is wrong with you, you little child? Of iron powder. Fe stands for iron. Yeah, of course. Okay, let's check back here. Hey, the blue light turned on. Heard a noise, sound like something unlocking. Got a fake leg. I will do the same thing with the red lights. Thank God we can retrieve the liquids. More legs. Legs for days. Make it a purple. Buy the red liquid and the blue liquid to make a purple one. It's basic colors, my guy. Let's hope mixing the red and the blue doesn't make anything toxic. I thought it was like a giant nose, but it's a fake stomach. Okay. We combine? No, that doesn't work. Okay. Aren't we still missing an arm? Okay, we can't seem to do anything with the items here. And we now have purple liquids. Iron is 1, salt equals 2, water is 3. Carbon dioxide. Is it maybe talking about how many elements in it? Like iron Fe, that's just 1. Salt NaCl, that's 2 things. Water is H2O, that's 2H and 0. And carbon dioxide would also be 3. Ammonia would be 4. Ethanol, would that be 9? Oh my god, that worked! Got a fake arm. And a fake heart. Nice. To go back? Yeah, I think that's probably the best. I'm proud of myself that I discovered that one. What's up? Well, Junpei distracting and then back down the brown ball hill. Is he taking alcohol with us? What's about Junpei? I'm just trying to read the label. Ethylene diamine tartrate. EDT. What kind of medicine is that? It's not medicine. An industrial strength detergent. Clean stuff up. Clean what up? If I know, still looks like it's cleaning my brain. It's cleaning my brain up. You pick it up from the bottle. You remember something? Seven nodded slowly and spoke. I remember a story about EDT. That about 50 years ago. There was this factory somewhere in America making big old EDT crystals. They were making to sell as industrial strength cleaner, like I told you before. But the years this factory started up, something strange started happening with the crystals they were building. Water molecules started attaching themselves to the EDT crystals. Made them into a sort of mutation of the original crystals called the hydrates. Once the crystals turned into a hydrate, though, it's used as a cleaner. The factory had to just dump the crystals as a hydrate, they were useless. But it didn't end there. After that day, the same thing started happening in EDT factories everywhere, even ones nowhere near the first American factory. They've been making crystals the same way, with the same materials and the same equipment and environment. But now, all of a sudden, every single crystal they formed turned into a hydrate. In fact, ever since that day, no factory anywhere had been able to make a pure EDT crystal. Even EDT research done years before, they had never gotten hydrates. But after it happened at the first factory, it just spreads. Okay, are we getting in another tinfoil hat theory here or something? It's like, man, how would you say it? Like the molecules were communicating with one another, transmitting information in a way humans couldn't perceive. This phenomenon spread throughout the world, right? If we looked up at 7 with half a smirk. 7 stared at him, dumbfounded. Yeah, that's it exactly. But how did you know? I heard another story kinda like that one. When? In the freezer. What? Freezer? Could you tell the story you heard from June the freezer in the kitchen? One day, glycerin began to crystallize, and the story of ice that wouldn't melt at room temperature. When Junpei was done, 7 looked thoughtful and absentmindedly rubbed the scar on his chin. Ice that doesn't melt at room temperature. That sounds familiar? Yeah, hold on. I feel like I can remember something. It's right there. Never squinted. His eyes stared off into space as if he was trying desperately to focus to something far away. Do you... I can spell it out for you. Know about Ice 9? You know about Ice 9? Ice 9. Ice 9. Ice 9. Ice baby. Suddenly 7 eyes shot open. That's it. I remember now. That woman. She's on this boat. That woman? Alice. Who's Alice? Come on. The woman who won't melt at room temperature. It was clear to Seven that Junpei had no idea what he was talking about. He ran his hand across his face and took a deep breath. You know how Titanic sank on April 15, 1912, right? Yeah. More than 1,500 people died. Worst maritime accident in history. What about it? Hear about the boat that was sent to collect the dead bodies? I think it was the RMS Carpathia, right? It was a cruise liner, just like the Titanic. No. It was a ship that picked up the survivors. The ship that collected the dead bodies was the CS Mickey Bennett. The Mickey Bennett showed up on April 17, 2 days after the accident. They set out from Halifax port in Canada and recovered 306 bodies. The Atlantic that far north was really cold. It would have to be for there to be icebergs. Anyway, the bodies pulled out of the water were frozen solid. This is a very nice story. So what happened next? Well, say the McKay Bennett recovered something more than just dead bodies. There were various bits of stuff floating around in the water. Things the drowned had carried with them, or stuff dislodged as the ship sank. One thing they found was a coffin. A coffin? Yeah, a wooden one. The craftsman who made it must have been pretty skilled. It wasn't just a wooden coffin, it was all wood. There were no nails, no reinforcements, and there were no gaps in the wood anywhere. It was airtight. The crew got pretty curious about what might be inside it and opened it up. They had to get a wedge and hammer it open. It was so well made. Inside, they found a woman. I guess you'd say they found a dead body of a woman. Her hair was thick and black. Her skin was deep brown and didn't show any signs of age or decomposition. They say she looked gorgeous, like a goddess. She was obviously dead, but everyone who looked at her said she looked just like she was sleeping. Her skin was so lifelike, she looked like she might wake up any minute. She didn't. Like the rest of the bodies they found, she was frozen solid. Eventually, the McKay Bennett finished their search and returned to Halifax. 306 bodies were unloaded and taken ashore. However, it was warm enough that they began to melt. They say that the stink was horrible. There was one body that didn't talk. A girl in a coffin. That's right. Everybody thought for sure that she'd melt and start to rot like the rest of them eventually. But weeks passed and nothing happened. Then a month had passed and another, and it was summer, and she was still frozen solid. After a while, people started to say she was some sort of miracle. Rumors about the girl started to spread, and people came to visit Halifax from all over. After a while, people started to call her All Ice, Alice. Of course, those rumors didn't last long. Why? Well, she up and disappeared. One day Alice was there, and the next day she wasn't. They say someone snuck into where they were keeping her and stole the body. With the body gone, the rumors followed pretty quickly. And after a while, no one remembered her. You might be able to find something about her if you find a newspaper from back then. But that's about it. Wait, you just said that she was on this boat. Yeah, I did. Alice has got to be somewhere on this ship. Well, why the hell would you say something like that? Because I know. It's what is it, you know? What happened to Alice after she was stolen? Junpei Gold. Alright, tell me. What happened to Alice? Seven nodded slowly and took on the look of a man recalling something long buried. A around that time, the word was that there was a thriving black market in New York. I mean, I'm sure there still is, but this was special. All millionaires from all over the world. I've heard that Alice went up for auction there. The person who won the auction was Lord Dashiell Gorday. You've heard the name before, right? Sir Gorday. Is he the guy who bought the Gigantic, the Titanic sister ship? Yeah, that's him. Though I guess he hadn't done that yet. What do you mean? Gorday bought Alice in 1912. Now 4 years later, in 1916, he bought the Gigantic. And he hid Alice somewhere on the Gigantic. But nobody knows where. He died in 1931. And apparently he died without ever telling anyone where Alice was hidden. However what? Well, I did have one close friend who asked him, "Where's Alice?" He said, "Alice lives in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge, beneath the navel of the Gigantic." What the hell's that? Some kind of riddle? I guess as good as mine. Seven threw his hand up in defeat. But that's it. Whatever you think, I believe it. She's hidden somewhere on the Gigantic. In other words, she's hidden somewhere on this ship. Before Junpei could dispute Seven's rather bizarre claim, they heard Clover's voice from the door. She did not sound pleased.
Hey, what are you two doing there? Stop wasting time and get over here.
Okay, we're coming. Seven looked at Junpei. Yeah, so anyway, that's a story. It might be useful someday. Don't forget it. With that critical remark, he turned and left the room. Junpei was left behind to ponder what he just heard. He tried to remember what June had told him earlier.
The mummy wasn't just a normal mummy. They say that she was frozen. The story says that from the time of his discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic. And even though it was carried through the desert, the body never melted.
Was it Egyptian priestess Alice? Had the water in her body become Ice 9? No, that's nuts. There's no way somebody like that could exist. Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to clear it, and followed Seven to the operating room where Clover was waiting. Let's see, can we combine it with the fake heart? No, we cannot. Collected the 6 parts of the medical mannequin. Once he got must be for Lucy, right? Well, say we give Lucy the parts back. Any objections? Nope, agree. Let's get started. Combine! Happened that automated the wrong weights. Scale beside the bed. Maybe we need to get the scale to a specific number. Upper body parts are joints. Operating instructions. The screen below displays 2 medical mannequins. You can switch their body parts by touching the part you want to switch out and then the part you want to switch in. Okay, do we need to even the weight? Oh, very close. Okay, let's see here. What difference does it make? We need to basically even it out so that that's half. Which that adds 0.02. Hmm. Silly, now switch it all. Hmm. Okay, so that heart is bigger. I mean, we can't really make it exactly even, so... Yeah, if we knew the way, we could figure it out. Does it say? Someone here. $51. And if we check... Oh, wait, hang on. File. The medical record. There we go. So John should be 51.3 and Lucy 53.2. Okay, don't check her again. Lucy should be 53.2. Oh, it basically swap it all around except the heart. Stupid, just heard something came from John's operating table. Better check it out. Scale. Sit on the scale. Oh, it opens. Match the weight with the charts. Jupiter key. I wonder. Wait, we need to go in the other room here. Hey, hold on. Jupiter stopped about to put a key into the doorknob. What's up? Where's Clover? Huh? Jupiter turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen. God damn it, where the hell did she go? Okay, just hold on a minute, I'll go get her. Sure thing. Jupiter left Seven at the door and headed back to the operating room. He found her standing next to the operating table. She was staring at the mannequin. Hey Clover, what's wrong? Come on, let's get out of here. She didn't respond. If she hadn't been standing up and breathing, Junpei might have thought she was dead. What are you doing? You have to come back here and say goodbye to John? It wasn't the best joke, it was something, in an attempt to lighten the mood. Clover didn't laugh. She stood stock still and instead nothing. Hey Clover, can you hear me? Perhaps something he said, or perhaps it was something else. Suddenly her mouth opened and she whispered in a dry, dead voice, "My brother might be dead." Huh? That's why you cannot find him. If he's dead, I'm going to be next. Suddenly the operating room felt very, very cold. What are you talking about? What's wrong with you? He gave her a small shake, but she still didn't respond. The silence grew heavier. Okay. What do you want to do? Maybe give her the forklift coat. Well, yeah. I didn't know why, but suddenly Junpei remembered something he'd been giving earlier. He reached into his pocket and dug it out. 4-leaf clover. Santa had given it to him in the second-class room. He held it out to Clover. Did you know that each leaf on the 4-leaf clover means something? Hope, faith, love, and luck. Take it. Use it as a good luck charm. He pressed the 4-leaf clover into her hand. Listen to me, Clover. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. Okay, Makoto Nagi. You have to remember that most important, and to have faith, and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck. Think, I mean, your brother, he's not dead. He's alive, somewhere, I'm sure of it. You just gotta believe in that. Clover stared at the 4-leaf clover in her hand. You could see tears start to form at the corners of her eyes. Thank you. Her voice was tiny and broken, and as she spoke, she started to cry. She tried to hide her tears by looking at the floor, but it did little good. She wiped away tears with the baggy arms of her jacket, but more quickly took her place. No matter how she tried, she couldn't stop crying. Her tears made small wet circles on the floor. Thank you, she said again. Then she looked up at Junpei and seemed to choke down the last of her grief. She did her best to smile. Junpei wiped an errant tear from her cheek with his thumb and gave her the best smile he could manage. Now come on, Seven's waiting for us at the exit. Still, she didn't move. Wait! Before we go, there's one thing I want to ask you. What's that? What do you think when you hear the word experiment? For a moment, his mind froze, and he came back to his senses and realized the word meant nothing to him aside from a dictionary definition. What? Oh. Guess it's just a coincidence then. I mean, what you knew about the 4-leaf clover? I'm sorry, I don't want to be a jerk, but you're making less than no sense right now. Oh, no, it's nothing. Just forget about it. Oh, don't give me that. You really think I could just drop this? It was an experiment you were talking about. Clover looked away. The 4-leaf clover was still in her hand. She stared at it for a long moment and then finally spoke. You promise you won't tell anyone? Cross my hearts. Really? Really. I can trust you, right? Of course you can. Clover slipped the 4-leaf clover into her pocket. Her eyes still wet from crying, she looked at Junpei. Okay then, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what happened on the ship 9 years ago. Wait. On the ship? Yeah, the ship. He was entirely lost. He had 1,000 questions, but it was probably best, he thought, to save them until Clover had finished. It's an experiment to test some sort of psychic thing. Something about communicating through these fields that you can't see. Fields that you can't see? You heard something like this before. Clover nodded. I can think about this. He pointed at the operating table. On top of it was somewhat mismatched medical mannequin whose parts had been swapped with another mannequin. This is John, right? But is he really John? All Jupiter could think was she was finally completely lost it. Is it like locked socks? Or a ship of Theseus? Jupiter grew even more confused. He'd never heard of either of those things, although they sounded smart. You don't know? You haven't heard of those paradoxes? Jupiter shook his head. Clover laughed. Okay, well pay attention then. This is how locked socks works. Okay, I'm just gonna say it only. Let's say you've got a pair of socks. They're my favorite socks. One of them gets a hole in it. What would you do if that was your sock, Jupiter? Patch it up. Some cloths that close up the hole. What if another hole opens? Another patch, another one open up after that. Patch again. Let's just keep adding new patches. So eventually the original cloth of the sock is totally gone. Once you get to that point, can you really say it's the same sock you started with? Stuff. Jupiter crossed his arms. So that's a locked socks thing. Yeah, the ship of Theseus is a lot like it. Ship of Theseus, you keep fixing the damaged part of the ship, eventually it ends up with none of the parts it started with. You really say the ship of Theseus you started with. If you took all the old parts from the first ship and built another one somewhere else, which ship is the real ship of Theseus? Well, you apparently one you built with all the original parts. It was an interesting question. Both could see Junpei was intrigued. Hey, do you think it's the same? What's the same? These guys. Is this John? Or is it Lucy now? Junpei looked at the operating table again. A mannequin, full body parts from a different body. Both had been right. It was just like lock stock in a ship of Theseus. Part of the body that holds a person's identity is the head. Of course, for many hundreds of years, conventional wisdom has held that a man's identity resides in his heart, or any of the number of internal organs. John's head and heart were both his, but apart from that and a single arm, the rest of his body had once been Lucy's. Was the mannequin really John?
You're just like these mannequins.
She looked at Junpei again.
Think about it. The cells in the body change every day. Old ones dies and new ones born. Maybe part of my arm is made of stuff from a fish I ate once. Maybe part of your right side is made from a cow you ate. You take a little further, those kinds of fishes are made from something else too, right? That's how we're all connected.
What the fuck is she going on about?
Your fields that can't be seen with the naked eye.
The silence was broken by Seven. Hey, what the hell's taking you two so long? Seven's head appeared in the doorway. He was not happy. How long are you gonna make me wait? I don't have time to screw around. Junpei and Clover looked at each other. Clover looked at Junpei as if to say there was more she wanted to tell him. She shook her head. Whatever she had to tell him, she didn't want to tell him in front of Seven. Seven seemed to catch on. Oh, what were you two doing? Was some sort of secret meeting?
It wasn't. We were just playing the mannequins.
Huh?
Just go, Junpei.
Moving a little bit too fast to be entirely innocent, Clover headed towards the exit. Seven stared after her, then turned to Junpei with an amused expression. Playing with mannequins, huh? Then you got into the kind of thing, Junpei. You're a dick. Junpei dashed past him and traced Clover's path out the door. With a short laugh, Seven followed. They stood looking at the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key. Alright, I'm gonna open it now. Is that cool? You don't need to keep asking. Just do it, alright? Fine. Set the key into the keyhole and turn it. He felt it unlock. Ooh. The door opened a soft melancholy creak. Beyond it lay a simple white hallway. There was no fanfare or confetti. Obviously, there was no one there to applaud them. They simply walked through the door. That was it. Alright, let's get going. Hey man, what's up with you? You're so serious, you know. Can't you sound more happy? You know, get a little excited. Not really. Junpei turned away from Seven and took his first step down the simple white hallway. Your brother might be dead. Who's going to be next? Clover told him only a few minutes before that her brother was probably dead and she was likely to follow him. How could you pretend to be happy after hearing something like that? You found it! They left the operating room. The hall took them around several corridors and past several doors, but they were all locked. Until at last, the final door was hidden in a corner of the hall. Junpei grabbed the handle. As he made to push it open, the voice stopped him. The voice came from behind him and belonged to neither Seven nor Clover.
Junpei!
He spun around. He saw someone running toward him from the other end of the hallway. There were three people coming toward Junpei and his companions. Santa, Lotus, and June. They pulled off short in front of Junpei, breathing hard. Whoa. What the hell is this? What are you doing here? What? But we didn't. Before we could finish, Clover spoke.
Hey guys, could you take a look at this?
He was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she found. There was something on the wall at the end of the hallway. Map of the ship's interior. It's that sea deck on the upper left corner. It was, they assumed, the map of the floor they were on. Door 7 and door 8. The map confirmed that they already knew. Both doors eventually led to the hallway where they had found themselves. In fact, yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. That's how the nonary game works. Should we look at the map of the ship's interior again? As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to wariness. One by one, the others saw what he had seen. They moved as one for the door. He pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the others. The 6 then stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke without looking back at the other 5. Ready? We're gonna open it. Slowly, all 5 nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. They poured through the doorway and into the room, and without looking around, each one of them knew where they were. They were just where the map had said they would be. The same room they had been not so very long ago. A tremendous central hospital room with empty beds from wall to wall. I see. I believe I understand what you're saying. The 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8. You saw the pulse in the operating room in the laboratory, and then met one another in the hallway after opening your respective locked doors. It looked like anyone might, after only just waking up, had seen that his brain was working as well as ever. He had managed to grasp, summarize, and understand each team's reports. At any rate, I feel a bit silly for a little show of altruism. I'm sure you'll be back for me. I did hope you would come back, but I confess I didn't think you'd be back so soon. A shook his head with a rueful smile. We saw each other again and we ain't dead, so I say that's good enough. 7 smiled. Anyway, I say we get out of this gripping old place. We found the key we need. The key? And what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter. We found it in the operating room. Right, Junpei? Junpei nodded. The solar system keys. Actually, you found it in the laboratory too. Here, the Earth key. Lotus dug out a still warm key with an Earth symbol. I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way it won't be my fault if it gets lost. With that, she pressed it into Junpei's hands. He felt slightly less than honored. As a group, they now had 3 keys that had not been used. The Jupiter key, which had been found in the operating room. The Saturn key card, which had been found in the kitchen. The Earth key, which Lotus had just handed to Junpei. Junpei took the new keys into his pocket. June spoke up. The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long straight hallway, right? Yeah. The map's right and it connects to the central staircase. Then next to the stairs. Wait. They were the first words anyone had heard of Clover. Oh wait! They were the first words anyone had heard of Clover in quite some time. Her face suggested they weren't going to be very happy words. Door 3! Look, saw the map. It's the same as 7 and 8. It just leads us back to the big hospital. No point in seeing what on the other side of that door. There's a point. At least there is for me. There were tears in her eyes, but she glared at 7 as hard as she could. Just the same. She looked very much like a frightened puppy. There wasn't a man alive who could have resisted those eyes. Seth looked everywhere in the room except at Clover and muttered and coughed apologies under his breath. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Snake might be on the other side of door 3. Clover nodded once. Next person to speak was Ace. Very well. I'll be coming with you then. I've had a nice long rest. I think it's time I was up and about. So 7, you'll help me, won't you? Huh? Me? He did the calculations quickly in his hands. 4 plus 1 plus 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3. So 7 was doing them too. At last, he gave up. Damn. Well, I guess that's how it's gotta be. I'm going with you, huh? Yes, you are. Alright, let's get moving. So it was decided Clover, Ace, and 7 would discover what lay beyond door 3. Okay, we're heading out.
Be careful.
Whoa, didn't I be hearing that from you, Lotus?
Don't let it go to your head. I'd be in trouble if the three of you bought it. The rest of us can't open the 9 door.
Ah, the truth comes out.
Seven nods as if this answers made much more sense and pulled the lever on the reds.
Okay, let's go. Door opened, Ace Clover and 7 jumped through it. 6, 7, 8. After exactly 9 seconds, the door closed noisily.
Alright, we should get moving too.
Huh?
Get moving.
Where are we going?
Everyone except Lotus seemed rather confused. It would be a waste of time to just sit around, wouldn't it? Let me explain. I get it. We're gonna see if we can get anywhere interesting with the Jupiter key. Yes. If we're lucky, we might find Snake.
They already entered the hallway lined by individual hospital rooms. Jupiter's symbol was engraved on the keyhole.
Alright, Junpei, open it if you please.
Yes, yeah, on it. Junpei pulled the Jupiter key out of his pocket and slid into the keyhole. He twisted. With a nice sharp click, he felt the door unlock. Alright, ready guys? Junpei's companions nodded. He nodded back, then slowly and quietly opened the door. Inside was exactly what he expected to see from the map of the ship's interior. They were in a tremendous hall, almost like a ballroom, with a massive central staircase. Great, back at the beginning. You sure this is a good idea? What do you mean? Well, we already searched every inch of this room, didn't we? I'm asking if there is any reason we came back here. No idea. I myself have no idea. You know, that's a good question. Junpei looked off into the distance thoughtfully. Lotus sighed and shook her head. I can't believe this. You guys followed me here, but you didn't even know why. Junpei, you got the solar system keys, don't you? He did. He pulled them out. He bore a drink for my throat. The Saturn key cards. And the Earth key. Junpei didn't see what they had to do with anything, though. Both he and Santa were completely lost. Fortunately, June took pity on them.
Don't you remember the elevator? On C deck, where we are now, there was a big elevator behind the stairs, remember? Next to the elevator was a card reader with a Saturn symbol on it. And on A deck on the door to the left, there's a key with an Earth symbol on it, I think. So the 2 keys that Junpei has
Should let us use the elevator and the door on A deck, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
June smiled, pleased with herself. So did Santa. Alright, I got it. Let's get started then. What do you say we split into 2 teams? Lois and I will search the Earth one, so you 2 can search Saturn, alright? Sounds good. Junpei handed the Earth key to Santa. They decided that their initial search should be brief, only 10 minutes. They meet back near the staircase once they were done. Junpei and June headed for the elevators. Sure enough, there was a card reader, bolted on the wall next to the left elevator. He climbed to the Saturn key card and swiped it through the reader. The light on the upper left corner blinked to life. Great, looks like it's working now.
Alright, how do I call the elevator?
There's a single button on the right of the elevator door. On the button was the upside down triangle, the universal symbol for down. It didn't appear to be an up button. Junpei pushed it. He didn't have much of a choice. Ooh.
It opens. Look, Junpei.
June's voice was excited, but Junpei could hear a tinge of anxiety. Sweet, it opened. Let's get going. He grinned at June and stepped toward the open door. As he was about to set foot in it, he felt a hand on his arm.
Wait.
What?
I'm not really, Oh gosh. Junpei was at something of a loss. How could she possibly be so frightened? She was probably afraid of... Maybe they could only go down? She was afraid because the only elevator button pointed down. It meant, of course, the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As she thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen elevators on the A or B decks near the central staircase. All of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks. The floor below the one they were on, D deck, should be completely submerged. That meant... Hey, wait a minute. This elevator came up from somewhere under us, right? Well, yes, I guess it did. It didn't open right away as you pressed the button. There was a motor noise like it was moving, and then it opened. Yeah, exactly. Yes? Let's take a look inside. Look jerked his head toward the interior of the elevator. It's not wet at all, is it? The walls and even the floor are totally dry. Oh, you're right, they are. He was around the elevator, slightly embarrassed. Well, let's test it. Test it? Yeah, watch this. Junpei put one foot in the elevator and bent around the corner of the door until he could see the floor buttons. There were only two, E and C. He pushed the E button and jumped out of the elevator. The door slid shut and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down. A few moments later, they heard the sound of the elevator door grinding open several floors below. Junpei nodded to June and pressed the elevator button again. A few moments later, the elevator returns. Yeah, it's dry. The door slid open and just as Junpei expected, there was no water to be found. See? Junpei couldn't resist puffing out his chest just a little bit. June, however, still looked confused. What does that mean? How can the E-deck be safe if the D-deck is full of water? Well, here's what I think. The elevator shaft and E-deck must be watertight and separated from wherever the ship's been punctured. Here, let me show you. Hold out his notebook and pen and sketch out a rough illustration. I see, so that's why the ship has inside. Ship on the inside keeps it from all filling with water? I think that's what's going on. Ripper continued talking as he closed the notebook and slipped it back into his pocket. I'm gonna go down and check it out. You stay here, alright? But... Come on, just do it, alright? He gave Jude's shoulder a reassuring squeeze, then hopped onto the elevator. Well, why would you separate? Like, is that really wise to do it in this situation? Push the E button and the door began to close. June looked worried, her eyes darting back and forth as she was trying to make a decision. And suddenly... I'm coming with you. Huh? The last possible moment, June dashed forwards, turning sideways just in time to slip through the gap between the closing doors. Junpei jammed his finger against the open button. It was too late. The door shut, he and June were in the elevator, and was headed down to E-deck. He was so surprised by June that he didn't even have time to think what awaited him on the E-deck. The elevator stopped and the door slid open. They stepped off onto the floor outside the elevator. Nothing seemed especially unusual. No fish going about their fishy business or jellyfish floating lazily throughout the water. No SpongeBob to be seen. There was, however, a blowfish, or at least something that looked very much like one. June's cheeks were puffed out and her mouth a tiny, intense frown. Oh, knock it off. It's just like I thought. This part has been flooded. Come on, just look around. There's no water here. June looked around nervously, then... Ah! Exhaled. You're right. It's not flooded at all. See? There's a whole lot of water. Yeah, right on top of us. What's going to happen if the ceiling breaks? Jupiter thought about it for a moment. You'd probably die. Oh no. Don't be so casual about something like that. At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can, once we're done looking around down here.
Lotus and Santa might already be back. Okay, good idea. Junpei glanced around the room they'd found themselves in. First thing you noticed was a set of thick iron bars. They ran the length of the room, separating the left elevator from the right one. We can't go over there. Right. And perhaps in the corner of the room that housed the elevator, Junpei found an opening. He walked up to it and stuck his head around the corner. A long, straight hallway stretched out in front of him. The door at the end of the hallway. There's something written on it. Yeah, let's go have a look. Junpei and June set off down the hallway at a brisk clip, somewhere between a run and a jog. Before long, they found themselves in front of the door. On there was a number written in bright red paint. 6. I knew it. This is a number door. And indeed, there was a red bolted onto the wall right next to the door. Of course, with only 2 people, there wasn't much they could do with it. Alright, let's head back. Yes. Junpei and June turned and headed back to C deck. On the way back, Junpei noticed a map on the wall. As it turned out, there was a burned map of the ship's interior for E deck. Huh? So you guys found door 1? You meet back with Santa and Lotus, would explain what they had found. Apparently there was another numbered door on A deck, just like the one on E deck. Beyond the door that the Earth key opened. According to Santa and Lotus, there was a 1 on the door. All told, they had discovered 2 new doors, the 6th door and the 1 door. It's interesting that the E deck wasn't flooded. Lotus was quiet for a moment, lost in thought. I don't really know if all of E deck is safe. We won't check the area around the elevator. Even so, it's still very interesting. You said the 6th door was there, right? Yes. Yes. Then it means Zero planned all this out, even the sinking. It would have meant some pretty serious remodeling of the ship's interior. It's pretty mind-blowing when you think about it. Yeah, I wonder how long it took. I can't even imagine how much it would have cost. Would have been a ton, that's for sure. But let's go along with what Ace was saying. The most reasonable explanation would be that this was done by some organization with access to a whole lot of cash. Yeah, it does make sense. The thought made them all go quiet for a moment. June bit her lip while Lotus sighed softly to herself as Santa cracked a stiff neck and stared off into the distance at nothing. I think it's a very good idea to stay here. June looked at Junpei with large pleading eyes. Yeah, you're right. Ace and his team might be back already. Well, Junpei and I should be able to open the 1 door. Huh? You guys leaving me behind? 8 plus 6 plus 5 equals 19. 1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. Just kidding. Alright, let's go. Lotus' words were all the impetus they needed. Back to the large hospital room they went. Yeah, so in order to go to the 1 door, you need to make a total of 10. So that means either make 10 or 19. That's probably the total you need to get. Once stepped aside, a tremendous voice echoed across the room. Hey, where the hell did you guys go? It was 7. Ace was right behind him, and Clover was behind Ace, although she seemed to be hanging back. Looked as though there was something strange about him. 7 had the look of a man who had seen a ghost. Ace was just a pale, and Clover looked as though she was only moments from passing out entirely. For a long moment, they simply stood there, looking at one another. Junpei looked around nervously, waiting for someone else to speak. No one did. He looked at 7. What happened? What the hell kind of question is that? 7 was trying very hard to be angry, but something had shaken him hard. His shoulders were trembling, and his voice was strained. Snake is... 7 couldn't finish. He just looked away, his face twisted by... Junpei wasn't sure what. Instead, Ace spoke. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke. Snake is... dead. He died, just as the Nightman did. It was as if all the air had suddenly been sucked out of the room. Junpei felt his heartbeat quicken as he realized he was having trouble breathing. He could feel cold sweat beading on his forehead and neck. June, Santa, and Lotus looked the way he felt. All three were frozen in place, their faces white. Oh my god, it's not true, is it? We should make sure. Yeah, right, we should. They nodded to one another and headed for the number 3 door. Wait, not that way. They stopped short and turned to look at 7. He was pointing at the door with no number. He stuck a screwdriver in there to keep the door from closing all the way. It's not locked, so you can go in that way. Where is he? A shower room on the left side of the hallway. I put a broom in there too, to keep the door open. You get in without going through the numbered door, right? Yeah, that's right. Their new destination cleared, Junpei and his companions headed through the door with no number. Once in the hallway, it was easy to spot the metal door on the left wall. It had been open when they'd been through before. But now, just as 7 had said, there was a broom stuck between the door and the frame, keeping it open. They looked at it for a moment and stepped inside. It smells horrible. Lotus wrinkled her nose and covered her mouth in disgust. Even Santa pitched his nose shut. Yeah, it's pretty awful. I feel like I'm gonna puke. But just as bad as said, perhaps worse. A hideous smell filled the air, so thick they could almost taste it. It was sour, smelled of fish, feces, and burnt meat. It worked its way through Junpei's nose and down his throat, to pound against the entrance to his stomach. He put his hand over his mouth and struggled to keep what little was in his stomach where it belonged. He didn't have to wonder where the body was. There was blood everywhere, a few arms of the splatter reaching toward where they walked in through the door. All of them had to do was follow the many radial arms to their source. The body itself was hidden behind the divider. June, you should stay here. But please, just do me a favor, okay? Alright? He didn't give her a chance to say no. He put his hand on her shoulder as to shove her into the ground like a tent pole. Turned and walked toward the end of the divider. Felt like it took an eternity for him to get there. Santa and Lotus followed, timid and nervous as a pair of children. Eventually they reached the divider. They looked at one another and nodded, slowly. Luffy put his hands on the divider and peered around the corner. For a moment he forgot to breathe. He felt his heart collapse in his chest like an empty cigarette carton, and time froze. He knew in that instant that he would take the image before him into the grave. What was left of the body sat in the sea of blood. Chunks of flesh torn from the body sat in the blood like tiny islands in the great Red Sea. A vast ragged hole had been torn in the torso, and the remains of the intestines spilled out like fresh spaghetti. Mamma mia! Small chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and become stuck there as they dried. Globules with yellowish fat that left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down the wall, and even as they dried through it. Just like Ace said. Santa's voice was strange. Junpei suspected he was holding down some vomit of his own. Just like the Nightman. The detonator's braces set off the bomb in his gut. It was as though the explosion had been quite powerful. His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay to the ground in pieces. Half of his head was simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like raw pizza dough covered in tomato sauce. Well, I'm not eating pizza for a while, thank you then. His clothes too were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket with the yellow piping, and the grey slacks. They were all familiar to Junpei. No mistake about that. It's Snake. Lotus' voice was unnaturally deep and strained, and Junpei heard it catch in her throat. The squeal of torture metal made Junpei's teeth grow. It sounded like the noise a ghost would make. matter how many times he heard it, he never got used to it. Every time, it put him on edge. It didn't help that there was a girl nearby who did far more than a ghost than a living human should. It was Clover. She sat on the edge of the bed, her head drooping listlessly onto her chest. Her eyes were blank and stared across the room at nothing. Her breathing was slow and mechanical. Aside from the rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as if even a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces. Snake was probably murdered. Chances are he was killed the same way the Nightman was. Someone lowered his voice, like in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he had to say. There are 4 other people in the room with Junpei and Seven. A, Santa, June, and Lotus. I've looked at each one of them in turn and continued. It's pretty straightforward. Not that hard to figure out how they did it. First, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the rat to open door 3. Then he shoved him into it alone, and waited 9 seconds for the door to shut. Once the door was shut, it was over for Snake, but he didn't give up. Probably knew it wouldn't do him any good, but he probably ran into the shower, looking for the dead. It was a small chat, but it wasn't like he had anything to lose. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The detonator is only deactivated if everybody were authenticated when they went in to use the death. And then, 81 seconds after he shoved in, that happened. See, is that what you mean by killers? You need at least 3 people to open one of the numbered doors, including Snake. It wouldn't open for Snake in a single killer. Exactly. That means we're looking at multiple perps here. He crossed his arms and grunted. Just in case, I want to make sure. Let's say you're right. When do you think Snake was killed? We all split up to look for parts for the rats. Right after that was when we noticed that he was gone. That means none of us have alibis. We were all searching the rooms we've been assigned, looking for those parts. Yeah. That means anybody could be a killer.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
June seems shocked.
How can you say one of us is a killer so casually?
Not just one of us. You are right that at least 2 of us are murderers. Why don't you calm down a bit, Seven? What are you going to gain by being so suspicious? That's what Zero wants you to do. Wants you. What? Zero wants? Exactly. The game was set up by Zero, wasn't it? Any game has a winner and a loser. Whoever makes it through door 9 is a winner. Those who don't are the losers. Zero's trying to make us fight against one another for that victory.
You're saying that Zero is trying to split us up by making us fight each other?
Yes. That's why we can't let ourselves fall prey to suspicion. We have to trust one another. Form a strong bond of friendship. Otherwise we'll end up ensnared by Zero's manipulations.
And does that mean that the person who killed Snake?
Yes, almost certainly Zero himself. If there's anyone we should doubt, it should be Zero. He masterminded this game and kidnapped all of us. Does it seem reasonable that he would have killed Snake as well? Luffy hadn't really considered that. If Zero had killed Snake, then Zero was on the ship with him. Was Zero still on the ship? Well, we don't know. Wasn't sure. I'm just wondering about one thing. What's that? How can you be so sure that Zero's on the ship? His eyebrows shot up. Really, Junpei? I confess I'm a little disappointed. Usually you're rather shocked. Then you don't know me, dudes. You don't know me. Isn't obvious?
Obvious? How so?
This ship.
Huh?
Zero said this ship several times when he addressed us.
I am Zero, the captain of the ship. The purpose of the game is simple. Leave the ship alive. As you have no doubts from Mars, the ship has begun to sink.
If you weren't here, he wouldn't say this ship. He was saying something like that ship. The ship. Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. A's explanation made perfect sense. Junpei felt this little foolish that he hadn't seen it himself. Still, it was left with a question, and it was one of no small importance. If Zero's on the ship, where is he? Suddenly, everybody went very quiet. The silence was cold and clammy, and Junpei could feel it crawling across his back and across his throat. Again, he heard the ghosting moaning noise. A moment later, a person who looked more ghost than human appeared. It was Clover. She looked at the floor as she spoke, and her voice was a cold monotone. I think Zero is one of us. Ugh. Every human body in the room froze. The only sound was the muffled rustling of breath. Eyes darted from face to face. One of those faces was the face of their jailer. But who? Junpei said... That's possible. What? Like Clover said, Zero might be one of us. What are you saying, Junpei? Didn't you hear what Ace said? Exactly. He said we shouldn't suspect one another for no reason. No reason? I've got a great reason. What's that? Bracelets. He held his left arm. Why are the bombs in their bodies connected to the bracelets? You're thinking Zero's hiding somewhere, watching us, right? If he's doing that, then he could just detonate the bombs by remote control if someone did something they weren't supposed to. It would be a lot more precise and a lot easier. But if that's the case, then why is the bomb set up by a detonator and bracelets? Huh, you got a point. I'm not done. Try applying the same ideas to the nonary game. All the puzzles here run all by themselves. In other words, Zero doesn't have to be controlling them for the game to move or forward. Why is that? Why would Zero bother to do something like that? Luke let the question hang in the air and looked at the others. It was Santa who answered. So let's say you and Clover are right. Zero is one of us. If that's the case, then it'd be really hard for him to keep track of all of us, or control anything remotely. That's why all the puzzles run by themselves. That's what you're getting at, right? Yeah. Junpei nodded. 7. When we were talking earlier, you said any one of us could be Snake's killer, right? Yeah, something like that. Alright then, I've got a question for you, Ace. You said something like Zero must be the one who killed Snake, right? Yeah, something like that. I can't think of any other explanation. What do we get if we combine those? They fit together pretty well, I think. Something like this. Whoever kills Snake equals Zero equals one of us. 7 and Ace's theories are mutually exclusive. They actually complement each other pretty well. At least they do if Zero is one of us. No one spoke. Their faces were grim, but Junpei wasn't sure if they believed him or not. Finally, Lotus spoke. What were his motives? His motives? Yes. These are pretty important. Why did Zero want to hide as one of us? Oh. That's because, Junpei choked. He hadn't thought of that. And he had to be honest with himself. He had no idea. I don't know. Lotus sighed. Not so much for making a persuasive argument, Junpei. In other words, you had only circumstantial evidence. I don't really think that's enough to go on, you know? Junpei was painfully aware of their eyes on him and their disapproval. He tried to find something else, anything else to look at. Just when he felt he could bear it no longer. He heard a bell begin to ring. It was the clock at the central staircase. 3 in the morning. That means you have 3 hours left. So we need to move now. 7, Clover, Junpei. I know how you feel. But do you understand that right now it's important we trust one another, don't you? Junpei couldn't bring himself to respond. He swallowed the words he wanted to say in silence. 7 and Clover remained similarly silent. The eyes were looking at something somewhere else, very far away. Let's go. We have very little time left. Ace's word put their feet moving. They all knew where they were going. The next destination was Mercury. It sat bolted to the wall near the stairs that led to the casino and the kitchen between the 2 elevators. The Mercury card reader. He was stood in front of it with the Mercury card key. 7 had given it to the cards. Found when we were checking out a shower room. At least that was what he said. Junpei slid the card through the reader. The light on the reader turned green and made a tiny electronic noise. Now they were ready. Junpei and June had been chosen as the investigators. The reason being that they had been to E-Deck before, no one else had. As before, Junpei said the elevator had to make sure the floor they were heading to wasn't flooded. As before, the elevator turned as dry as it had left. Once it had entered checks for water, Junpei and June stepped into the elevator. There were only 2 floor buttons they could push. C and bottom buttons. The rest were destroyed or did nothing when pushed. Junpei hit the bottom button. The door closed. Slowly they began to move down. Sometime later, Junpei and June stepped off the elevator onto the bottom deck. They stepped off and saw that the hallway to the right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hall in front of them was a dead end, but not a regular dead end. It's a number door. This is the 8th one we found. There were 2 number doors on B deck near the central staircase. There were doors 4 and 5. There were 3 more number doors in the large hospital room, doors 3, 7, and 8. Junpei and June found another door on E deck, and Lotus said that found a 7th one on A deck. There was a 6th on the door on E deck, and a 1 on the door on A deck. 4, 5, 3, 7, 8, 6, 1, and now door 2 stood in front of Junpei. There was only one thing it meant. Do you think next door we find? Yeah, I think so. The next one's gonna be door 9. Despite himself, Junpei felt excited. There was something about that excitement that frightened him as well. It is best to put it from his mind and headed back to C deck with June. Alright, let's open these up. The piece of paper they folded up lay on the ground next to Junpei's legs. There were several of them, all told. They were written on paper and pulled from Junpei's notebook, and each one bore a code name and a door. Why decided to vote that way? They decided it wasn't fair to simply ask everyone at once. That would allow people to force others to go through certain doors. But it wasn't the only reason. Junpei proposed a voting system. He had a plan. It wasn't the plan he wanted anyone catching wind of, however. So he did his best to act calm as he began to open and read the piece of paper. The first one read, Ace requests door 1. Yes, I do. Would you like me to explain why? No, we don't have the time for that, sorry. Let's keep going. Open the second one. Next is Santa, the one's door 6. Yeah, that's what I wrote. We continue with the 3rd, 4th, 5th piece of paper. Clover wants 1, Lotus wants 2, and 7 also wants 2. Eh? Wait a minute. There's no way I'm going anywhere with the Elephant Man. No, there'd be no point to the voting if we let people change their choice because of stuff like that. But just give it up, Lotus. It's not like I want to hang out with some exhibitionist grandma. Exhibitionist? We're close. Barely. So, last I checked, that's not a crime. Maybe, but what about common decency? Nobody wants to have to look at a chick who looks like a half-naked raisin. Oh shit. I'm going to kill you. Lotus' hair flared out like the mane of an angry lion as she roared with a voice that shook the walls. It's a difficulty Ace managed to restrain her. Junpei, read the rest. Right. He tore his eyes away and looked down at the 6th piece of paper. He opened it. Who wants door 6? Yes, I don't really have a reason, I just felt like it. All the papers save Junpei's have been read. He did some quick calculation in his hands. You've requested door 1, Ace plus Clover. There's a door on A deck near the central staircase. You've requested door 2, 7 and Lotus. There's a door on the bottom deck that could be reached by taking the elevator on the bottom of the ship. You've requested door 6, Santa and June. There's a door on E deck that could be reached by taking the elevator near the central staircase down. It took him less than a second to run the numbers. He opened the 7th piece of paper and spoke. Okay, last one is mine. I want to go through... Okay, I'll go with 6 since we found that one. We'll go through door 6. And put it over the piece of paper. You read Junpei door 6. Of course he did. He written it after all. What's the problem? June spoke barely above a whisper, but they all knew what she said. Don't they seem to be able to go through the doors they want? Overnight chose door 1. Most night chose doors 2. Not enough people to open a normal door out. This route don't match up either. That's similar problems. Junpei and I want to go through door 6. But the digital route is fine. If we're gonna open a door, we need a 1. Damn. What are we gonna do now? What are we going to do? Keeper crossed his arms and it is best to put his thought in order. The others followed suit, but with little result. Eventually Clover broke the silence. Why does Seven Lotus go through door 1? With me. Her face was cold and flat as was her voice, but her logic was sound. Seven and Lotus look at each other. 7 plus 8 plus 4 equals 19. 1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. The first problem resolved, A spoke. What about me? Isn't it obvious? No one of the thieves just complained that they didn't have a 1? You mean I should join Santa's team? Clover nodded, her face still cold and motionless. Her attitude and posture could not have been more different than the energetic girl of only a few hours before. No one seemed ready to contradict her. Her response was understandable given the horrible situation in which she had found herself, but even so, I understand. I will go through door 6 then. Do as Clover suggested, we can all pass through the numbered door. No one will be left behind. It seems to be the most reasonable solution. 3 plus 6 plus 5 plus 1 equals 15, 1 plus 5 equals 6. 7, Lotus, what do you guys think? I don't have a problem with it. Me either. Alright then, we're good to go. At last, Junpei and the other 6 had managed to separate themselves into 2 teams. Clover, 7 and Lotus headed to A deck where door 1 was, near the main staircase. Junpei, June, Ace and Santa, however, took the elevator to E deck. The ride to E deck was silent. Alright, let's go. Santa's word jolted them to action, and they stepped out the elevator into a long, straight hallway. Before long, they arrived in front of door 6. One by one, they put their palms over the reds. With the soft electronic noises authenticated each of them. Beep beep. The door opened, and all at once, the 4 of them led through it. Fortunately, the dab was located easily enough. One of them placed quite close to the door they entered through. They gathered around it quickly and hurriedly placed the palms on it for authentication one by one. Stopped. Yes, it stopped. The counter had ceased, but Junpei's heart was still pounding in his chest, like a frantic, thunderous drum. It felt as though it might shake itself up and out of his throat. He'd been through the doors 3 times before, but repetition had not dulled experience. He was not anxious to find it dulled, however. He hoped to be free of the ridiculous game long before that happened. Alright, let's go. With that attempt at good humor, Junpei took a deep breath and began to walk. He jogged down the stairs at the end of the hallway and found himself staring at a large door. It was a heavy thing, made of iron, and more than a little threading. He took hold of the bar that served as his doorknob and shoved it down. The room beyond stopped him in his tracks. It was gargantuan, and made entirely of metal. None of the accents of wood or tile he had seen in the rest of the ship. This room was purely functional, but utterly tremendous. Oh, what the hell is this? Sander got out a few words before Oz told the rest of them. The rest were too stunned to offer anything more than gasps. It was easily the largest room they'd seen, yet it was somehow closed and oppressive. The ceiling was at least 2 stories high, if not significantly more. It was easily several hundred feet across, and appeared to stretch the entire width of the ship. In the center of the gargantuan room stood a massive rounded building. Even from a distance, the sheer bulk of it was oppressive. Jupiter could feel the room, the building, even the air pressing down on him. Jumpy and the others were standing on scaffolding that crisscrossed the whole area. The proper term was catwalk. Jumpy thought, although he didn't seem particularly important. Alright, let's head downstairs. Nearby was a long iron staircase that made its way, eventually to the floor beneath them. They moved around toward the opposite side of the massive building, following the catwalk. They hadn't said much as they walked, but as they approached the building, Ace suddenly spoke up. It looks to be a steam engine room. The steam engine room? Yes, the thing that looks like a cross-section of a mushroom is the boiler. You see the 3 round doors near the bottom? Coals put into those, and burned, which heats the water, producing steam. Same thing that drives the steam engine. This one is simple, simply somewhat larger. I see. Even if Ace was right, the boiler was boiling nothing as they approached it. The entire room was as silent as the grave. Suddenly, Jumpy heard a noise behind him. He turned just in time to see June collapse to her knees. Hey, what's wrong? Are you alright? He dashed towards her and wrapped his arm around her shoulder to steady her. It was then that he noticed. You're really warm. Is your fever coming back? Yes, it probably is. But I'm fine. Please don't worry about me. I just need to rest, and I'll be fine. Her voice was weak and forced, and it said a great deal more than her words did. Jumpy carried her to the nearest wall and propped her up against it. He let her head fall back against the wall as if she no longer had the strength to support it, and drew a ragged breath. Her eyes were empty, and as if she had having trouble focusing them, and even speaking seemed difficult for her. She felt his hand ball itself into a fist that clenched tight, his knuckles whitening. He had to find a way out, quickly. He turned to look at Ace and Santa in turn. They might not have shared the depth of his emotion, but they certainly shared his concern. He didn't need words to express the urgency of the situation. Alright, let's get started. Hang in there, June. We're gonna get you out of here real soon. He managed a small nod before leaning back to rest against the wall. Okay, seek a way out. Okay, what do we have here? Tunnel goes all the way across the ship. Or the best is probably here to move coal from place to place. Over here. Bell carries down the tunnel now. Okay, Bell is moving. Would almost certainly come out here. That's a pillar. Square hole, nothing in here. For the back wall, you can see 3 small slots, terminals for some sort of connector, perhaps. Supposed to plug something in here, perhaps. Button glowing orange, gotta mean something. Pressing it is the best to find out what it does. Nothing. Okay. Huge oven for its boiler, 3 open airs in it, each one of the open airs is geared in it. This is still pretty sturdy. Huge bronze gear. Okay. Okay, some kind of snowman secret meeting. Those are just bags full of sets. Counterweight when you're lifting something with a pulley system. I put in boxes here. There's nothing in them. Pillar, okay. Okay, just checking everything. Golden gear. Let's go with gold like this. Alright, so we have a golden gear right here, a bronze one over here. And that's a silver gear. Feels way too to use for a gear. Maybe still iron gear doesn't go to with silver. But I hope so. You hold this thing back. I could probably carry it. Interesting. So that probably means something. Okay. Doors while it shuts. There's nothing here. Huge silver gear. There's a bronze one, there's a gold one. Oh, this one's open. It opens for fueling the furnace. If we were to put some coal in here and ignite it, the steam might start working. Okay, but we need coal for that. Okay, can't really check out the other ones. So where does one acquire coal here? Okay, these are welded shuts. Nothing here. Boxes. Over here, there's nothing with sand in them. Okay. That puts us over there. That brings us around the corner here. That puts us over here. Okay. Trying to make sense of this layout here. Put the box over here by the wall. Nothing in there. Empty barrel. Okay. Oh, we can go up. These slides on the left are down, but this one's up. Sometimes a grade on these. Maybe you're meant to do something more specific with them. You need to do something somewhere for it to respond. Or to go further up. Way too heavy to move. Doors on the furnace. There's an A on it. Circular wheel in the center of the door. Give that sucker a twist. Okay, nothing in there. Oh, sorry. I missed it. Hey, welcome in. It's been long since I saw anything of this game. Yeah, the Zero Escape games. Played the first one on the Nintendo DS of all systems. We're going into... Where are we? How's it going? It's going well. Using my noggin to solve some escape rooms. This is like the second one of today that we are doing. If only I knew how... Oh. It's very confusing with the camera sometimes. When the puzzle's stressing me out so bad. I think they've been so far pretty okay. I'm trying to be calm about it, but... I remember really messing up on the very first one for some reason, but that's probably because I didn't really know what the game was going to ask of me. A wheel to operate it. Okay. Ah, okay, we can pass through here. Hang on. Okay, there's no way over here. Okay, there's a C door and an A door. There must also be a B door somewhere. Yeah, so far in the story, Snake is dead. So that's unfortunate. We found his giblets all in the shower room. Let's hope nobody else dies. We're currently only down to 7 people. Snake! Yeah, we hardly knew him. Probably the one I interacted with the least so far in the story. Any resistance? Ah, shit. Oh. We got a wheel! Good job, genius. You broke it! I didn't break it. It broke all by itself. I didn't do it, I swear. Okay, what if we go back now? Over here. Yeah, I've got the wheel pulled off on the other one, so I'll put it on here. This is your first Zero Escape game? Yes, actually it is. I'm actually also, at the same time, playing the second game over at my friend's place. So I'm kind of doing like 2 games at once so far. So there's a whole lot of Zero Escape for me recently. Turn this. Hand on the rope, which finishes it. Looks like there's some sort of device in the box. Put the wheel now. Yeah, thank you, Ace. Let me crank that wheel. Yeah, but the wheel only turns to the left. Means you can't reel up that rope. Only let the rope down. Interesting. Okay, so we drop it down. Fox has reached the floor. Sucks head over the side of the catwalk and look down. Fox had only recently hung just below the catwalk and sat on the floor. Can come to rest near the end of the tunnel of the conveyor belt. Here we're doing a couple collapsed. Here, still leaning against the wall. She barely had a string to sit up. Difficult to see as he had not improved. He almost thought he could see heat rising from her body. That's not good. It seemed to be improving. His expression was scrutable, but he said what he had been all thinking. Not gonna get better right away, you know. It'll take time. Try to convince themselves that it's true. What could be causing this, I wonder? Illness, perhaps? Gotta be exhaustion. Or people's inability to solve escape rooms. It's not the first time she almost fainted. As responsible is confident and certain. Got some weirder ship. Forced to play some messed up game. I think about it's a lot weirder that we aren't freaking out over or just like her. You know. I think we're abnormal. I mean, I don't want to be bold, but so far everybody in this game has been abnormal in my eyes. Whereas when solving all these puzzles just like these business as usual. How could you call that normal? Just guinea pigs. That is snorted in disgust. Guinea pig? You mean like a lab rat? You were being used for some sort of experiment. That's what you're saying. I don't know. But it does seem like a possibility, you know. Sit there for a few more minutes, no one speaking until Santa turned and walked away from the winch. Lupin Ace followed him. Okay, can we find out what the hell is in the box? Did you pay just meow? I quickly gloss over that. Conveyor belt housing. The columns come out as pipe in the conveyor belt. Conveyor belt, number box on the catwalk. You can go over there. Okay, let's go down. Isn't this where we get the boxes? No, guess not. Okay, what the hell am I doing? Oh, here we go. Control panel for something. That's, ah, there we go. It has the slots here. Jam it in there. One moment to find out. In you go. Dude, you did it. Everything's alright. What do we do now? Why don't you press the button next to it? Orange one. Yes. It's pushing. Oh. I thought the lights are lighting up on this thing. I think I just heard something turn on. Oh, what's that? What happened? Conveyor belt's moving. Conveyor belts. Guess it's done moving now. There's still a bunch of coal in the belt though. Looks like a bunch of it got dumped off at the end of the belt in the wooden box. Where we find the control panel. Coal. Coal, huh? Got a box of coal. You can get some coal in there and set on fire. How do we make a fire? Okay, well, I guess you just have expected that when you throw coal into a cold furnace do anything. A man can dream. Should explain it to me again. Plan to stoke the furnace with coal, which will heat the water stored up there and make steam, which will then drive something else. Am I correct? In other words, you want to generate enough pressure to the steam to power the turbine. Drive the steam engine, right? That's the gist of it. In that case, this isn't enough coal. This furnace is enormous, so we're gonna need a whole hell of a lot more coal in this. Well, if the three of us work together, we should manage to fill it much faster. I want to help too. I totally didn't even see her walk up. Are you feeling up to that? Yes. Yeah, right. You look like you're one step breeze away from falling over, June. I think you better rest some more, alright? But Hey. No arguing. No buts. You need to rest, so you just stay there. We'll handle this. Okay, I understand. Right, time for some manly work. Yeah! No Junes allowed, only man jobs here. Get the coal in the furnace. Love the sound effects for this. It's a whole lot of work. It should be sufficient. Alright, now just gotta light it. Okay, hand me your matches. First you think I have matches. Let's see. How are we gonna light it? There's a device nearby that will allow us to remotely ignite the coal. It's also an ignition device. Perhaps. Might be probably it's how we might ignite the furnace. Yeah, all the lights are now yellow. Here we go. Hey, Chupe, look at this. There's big gears turning under the boiler here. Oh. Oh, hello. Gears. Spinning. What else the guy is waiting for? Let's start looking. Oh god, do we need to do some sort of sliding puzzle? Oh god, we totally have. Oh, this is going to hurt my brain. Yep, oh boy. Question is, where do we... Why do we even use this in the first place? Don't remember something being up here, maybe? Oh wait, I forgot. It's hot as hell in here. Whoops. I don't know how a steam engine works. I forgot. Silly old Junpei. Okay, this one is welded shut. This one's also welded shut. Never he is doing better. He's doing better than I am. Yeah. I'm just clicking on stuff and hoping it does the thing. Question is now. What do we do with these? There's a gold, bronze, and a silver disc. All with weird patterns engraved on it. Oh. Okay, we combine it maybe. It was worth a shot. Oh! There's a pressure that looks like the outline and three circles lay on top of each other in a triangle. Maybe. Maybe put the three discs found in this thing. I want to find out. Let's stick them in. Oh, that's odd. Nothing happened. Maybe, I don't know, putting them in the wrong places. Perhaps you have them facing the wrong directions. Perhaps you rotate the disc to make sure the lines connect to one another. No harm in trying. Instructions for operation. When the disc is touched, it will rotate a certain amount. When the white arrow is touched, the disc will switch. Please note that the disc is switched, the angles for the disc are reset. Okay.
Feels like opening a safe. Trying to think what pattern do we need to make here? Is maybe not with the red outlining, it seems. No. The blue one maybe.
Oh god.
Maybe we need to make a star with the black linings. How the hell do we make a star out of this? What if I do this? Maybe switch these around. That looks close.
That's not it. Maybe
Okay, that's fully reset it. We may be here a while. Oh!
holy shit! Red lights on this disc. I think maybe we can make a star polygon with these. Holy shit, that was lucky. Let's go! You found it! That was even more luckier than the Funya Rimpa puzzle way back at the beginning. Yes, the door opened. Given the circumstances, Junpei's happiness is certainly understandable. They seem to share his excitement. Alright, Junpei. Why don't you go get June now? Santa and I will keep an eye on this door. Santa snorted. Why do we need to do that? Even if it shuts, we know how to solve the puzzle now. We could just open it again. Well, I suppose that's true. Shall all three of us go and collect June then? Nah, I'm cool. I'll let Junpei handle it. Still seemed irritated by something. However, and sat down on the stairs petulantly. So, are you only interested in being contrary? Ace sighed, with the air of a suffering parent. Alright, I'll go get June. I'll be right back. He gave a quick nod to Ace and Santa and dashed off down the stairs. Before long, he was back on the first floor, next to the conveyor belt and June. As he drew closer, she stood up slowly. Are you okay? It is best to sound calm and nonchalant, but there was no hiding the genuine concern in his voice. Yes, I'm fine now. I'm sorry I made you worry. June blushed. He wasn't sure if she was embarrassed or still feverish. Just to make sure, he reached out and put his hand against her forehead. Good. You're feeling a lot better. Preparing some more drink. God forbid if you see Clover again. She was feeling far less warm than she had earlier, but still wasn't down to what seemed normal to him. Are you sure you're alright? He had to be sure. June gave him a look. Oh, you're such a warrior, Junpei. Oops. I mean, worrier. June giggled. I wasn't sure if she'd just make a joke or not, but seeing her smile again made Junpei feel at ease. She was well enough to smile and laugh, then she really was feeling much better. He gave her a friendly poke on the forehead. Let's go. Go where? Oh right, I didn't tell you. We got the exit open, so... Great, let's go. June clasped her hands and nodded urgently. As they walked back towards the exit, Junpei noticed Santa sitting on the stairs. He was, however, holding something in his right hand and staring at it with a strange expression. Junpei and June slowed down and finally stopped in front of him. What are you looking at? Santa answered without looking up, his voice quiet. It's a photo. It's my sister. Sister? Santa, you've got a sister? Santa simply nodded. Yeah, it was as cute as a button. June cocked her head, confused. She was only about an inch tall then? Santa glared at her. Sorry. Sorry. I guess an inch is a little larger for a button. Probably more like a half inch? Santa didn't smile or laugh. He simply turned back to his picture and spoke. I was her Santa Claus. The sudden revelation took Junpei by surprise. He had no idea what Santa meant. He glanced at June, who shook her head. She didn't know either. Have you ever heard the story of the two Santa Clauses? It goes that a long time ago there were two Santas. One of them wore white and the other one wore black. The white Santa gave presents to good kids, and the black Santa played tricks on bad kids. They went on like that for a while, but eventually the black Santa's tricks started to get worse and worse. Pretty soon the white Santa couldn't stand it anymore, and he stabbed the black Santa to death. When he stabbed the other Santa, the white Santa got blood all over his clothes. And that's why, these days, his clothes are red. Say that red is all that's left of the black Santa. Okay. June was silent. He could think of nothing to say. June was staring at Santa's sadness plain on her face. He continued. I wonder, which Santa am I? I am. The white Santa or the black Santa? Alright, let's go. Santa stood up suddenly, his downcast demeanor gone. He shoved the picture back in his pocket and headed back to the stairs, taking them two at a time. Junpei and June looked at one another. There was nothing they could think of to say. Hey, what are you doing? Let's get moving. Come on. Santa's voice echoed across the room from above them. They nodded and followed him quickly up the stairs. Ace was waiting for them at the top. He was leaning against the handrail. He looked very tired. The door had shut, but there wasn't cause for concern. Junpei quickly solved the puzzle disc a second time. The door opened once again. In single file, they walked through. After walking for nearly 15 feet, they found themselves in front of a metal door. It opened easily enough, and they passed through it as well. A new room stretched out before them. Is this a warehouse? No, I believe this is a cargo room. It must be where they store all of this vessel's freight. There are wooden crates everywhere. I wonder how old they are. Junpei, Ace, and June had stopped unconsciously, pausing to take in the new surroundings. Santa's voice broke through their momentary trance. Well, it probably ought to start with finding the exit, right? Let's get going. Right after we just did one? Okay. I didn't expect another escape room immediately after the first one. Pressure point large, seem to be tied to one another with sturdy straps. Seek a way out. Do it. A bunch of bags here. I wonder what's in them. Oh, hello. This face seems familiar. Car with the ninth man's face printed on it. What's that? It's a card. It has a headshot on it. A headshot? Yeah. I'm not really sure what purpose it could possibly serve. It's a tough one. Oh no. Oh, now I'm worried. Oh, we have one with Santa as well. Only have its fence around it. Okay, take a look at that. Sorry, but no thanks. Why? I've got a bad feeling about it. Pussy. Okay, fine. I'll go. Ah, I love Santa's way with words. Okay, what's he going to do with that screw? Let's see, throwing a screw at the fences. Holy shit! Ah. This... Oh man! There's electricity running through that fence. It's like it. You can't get to the other side. We could jump off this crate, but we wouldn't be able to get back. Okay, no way to get across. Yeah, we get it. I just want to check the crates. 4 sacks. Snake, rest in peace. There's Clover, the nightmare on my vocal cords. 7. Oh. There's Ace. Couple boxes, there's nothing in them. Oh. Locked. We need the key. All the boxes have numbers on them. Do they? Oh. If don't pick something that's been sitting next to the box. Stupid, take a look at this. Cards. Oh, there's Lotus. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 7 out of 9 cards. We're only missing Junpei and June. Music is going kind of hard here. Oh, there's Junpei. And there's June. They could put this music in the club. They finally collected all 9 picture cards. All that remained was to insert the cards into the slots at the front of each box. Junpei stared at the cards in his hand. Ace peered over his shoulder. And which card goes in which box, yes? Junpei gave him a look. Yeah, of course I do. It's really obvious. Smash our numbers to the numbers on the boxes. Insert the card with the picture of Ace goes in box 1. The card picture of Snake goes in box 2, and so on. Ah, I see. Who thought they might have imagined it, but you could have sworn Ace did it. Leave the rest to you. Quickly turn the box away. Strange, Junpei thought. Oh well, whatever. The investor clears his mind for the task and he turned back towards the boxes. I saw the puzzle of the 9 boxes. 9 cards pictures, 9 boxes. Junpei stared at them for a moment and then began. Box 1, stay with box 2. Santa, Clover, oh yeah, we get the gist of this. TLDR, not reading all that shit. All 9 box lids popped open at once. Appeared inside. In each box was a single pin. They looked a little like sewing pins, but much thicker. Junpei collected them as quickly and shoved them into his pockets. 9 pins. Great, get a plank with some blocks of cheese on it and stick a pin in it. You can serve it to the guests. Stairs, I go 3 stories. What are you waiting for, Junpei? Whatever I'm doing. One door here except for the one we just came in. This is the exits. No shit, Sherlock. Of course it's not. There's a keyhole on the doorknob. Okay. Oh, hello. There are 6 holes here, and it looks like the pins just found would be a perfect fit for them. Once you found the 9 boxes, right? Well, why don't you try it? I think 2, 4, 6 should go in here on top part and 3, 5, 7 on the bottom part. Some of them lit up. Yeah, 3 and 6. I wonder if there is some kind of rule that determines which lights go. Put in 2, 4, 6 pins on the top part, 3, 5, 7 on the bottom. Here's a digital route. Oh shit, here we go again with this. 2 plus 4 plus 6 equals 12. Digital root of 12 is 3. Therefore 3 light turns on. 3, 5, 7 equals 15. Makes sense, right? Let's see. Light measure digital root of the pins certain on the top and the lower parts will light up. So that's how it works. One thing I'd like to check. Well, to try, certainly is welcome to. So you put the 1, 2, 3 pins on the top and the 6, 7, 8 pins on the bottom. Oh, they turn off. 6 plus 7 plus 8 is 21. Digital root of 21 is 3. Therefore, light 3 turns off. 1 to 3 equals 6. Digital root of 6 is 6. Therefore, 6 turns off. And the digital root of the pins which serves the same as the number of the lights that are lit. Those lights turn off. Okay. Know what we are supposed to do with these lights? No, I figure we could try and see if we can turn them on. I figure something's gonna happen if we can manage that. Turn on those lights! Go 6 holes, pick a pin. Yeah, okay. I got it, Gage. Just let me do the thing. Let me stab a pin into a hole. Alright, let's do this. Okay, let me think. What did we recently had one. We could basically repeat what we did before when we had like Clover and Seven and me in a room. And then there was another one where Santa, June, and Lotus went into a room. Yeah, that's for 7 and 8. I could do the number 1, which means I need to form either 10 or 19. Oh, actually, we can also do one that's... This way, we had Clover, 7, and Lotus in a room. 4 plus 7 plus 8, that's 19. Yeah, that's 1. No, wait. 4, 8, and 7, that's 19. 1 plus 9 equals 10. That makes the 1 go up. Okay. Let's see here. We haven't really used the 9 key somewhere. I could basically do 1, 2, 3 to make 6. Okay, so we need to make 2. That's basically either make 20 or 11. Do this. 3. We need to make 12 of these numbers. Okay. 4. To make 22 maybe, that could be a good one. 9 plus 8 is 17. That's 22. Then for 5, can we make 14 with these? Yes, we can. Yeah, that should do it. Oh, and it gives me the F. Well, fuck you too then. Big F. Hey, does it mean... Yeah, I gotta do it again. Man, I was just doing so well. The game literally says F you. Okay, we've got 9 holes. There's an F up. I don't know what the F means, but I know one thing. What's that? Time there are 9 holes. You need to insert 9 pins. That's boring. Just try it. Oh, wait. Is it one of these where horizontal, vertical, and diagonal needs to be the same? It's one of those, isn't it? I know I solved one of these before. I know I have. Can we make 15? Oh no, it's not possible. Hang on. Wait just a darn moment. Maybe like this? Okay, so that's 10. 8. Wait. Is the answer maybe 14? That's 14, that's 14, that's 14. No, that would make that 15. Fuck. So... Can't really draw with my stylus, but... 9, 1 and 5 is 15, 8, 2 and 5 is 15, 7, 3 and 5 is 15, 6 and 4 on the other side will be 15. Then that makes... No, that doesn't match up for 9 and 3. Hang on. Maybe 1, 2, 3. No, wait. We could be here a while. Nine and 3, that's 12. No, that's incorrect. It really feels like a Professor Layton puzzle all of a sudden. We'll just start with 5 in the middle and work our way around. Get like polar opposites, like 9 and 1. What if we just fill it in and see what happens? Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Okay. 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 Or maybe it's a completely different answer. F means 15. Yeah, F is a base and I was going the right way then. 9, 1, and 5. So that's 15. So I'll probably rather want them over here. 8 and 6. That's now 15. That's 15. Wait. Okay. 8, 6, 1, that's 15. That's 15. That's 15. 15. 9, 15. But 7, 4, and 1, that's not 15. That ain't 15. It's 12. How about this maybe? 9 and 4, it's 13. That's 15. That's 15. No, that doesn't work. It's wrecking my brain hearts. One and 5. 2 and 4. Yeah, so that's only 2 options. So that's already... Wait, wrong one. So that's 15 and 15 over there. 1. I need to make 14. 8 and 6. No, that doesn't work. Now I can't possibly make 15. Because of that stupid 1. Okay, so 1 needs to be surrounded by at least 5 or higher in this case. That's 15, 7, 8. I can see why this is a hard one. Okay, that's all. That's 15. 9 and 6. But that doesn't work. 1 and 7 doesn't work. Yeah, it's hard, man. So 2, 4, 1, 5. That's the only combination that makes 6. So 9 cannot be in any of the corners at least. Or the middle. So we can work with that. we can have like something like this. Wait. You have to do it like this. So now for 1, we need to make... Want me to pull my hair out? Oof. Need to make 14. Eight and 6, that makes 14. So 8, 6, 1, that's 15. 9, 4, and 2, that's 15. 9, 5, and 1 is 15. 4 and 8 is 12, that makes 15. 4, 5, 6 is 15. Wait. We did it! There we go, all pins inserted, all lights fixed. Damn! Big F to the game. Power's on now. The electricity going to the monitor on top now. Alright, let's see if we can activate the device on the top. Green button, red button, and lever. Wonder what these do. Might help. Wait, what the hell is this? Where did you find this? What is that? Where did you find it? I wonder when you were messing around with the pinholes. It looked like instructions for this thing. Look what it says here. This thing's a remote control for that. That? Yes, that. Pointing. Oh, the machine over there apparently is called the Pushmaster 5000. Are you serious? Whatever, so what we're supposed to do with the Pushmaster 5000. See the coffin over there on top of the crates? Yeah? You wanna know what the deals with this is? I do. Wanna check it out? Yeah. Alright, how do you think we're gonna get there? Well, there's some crates on the right side of the fence that someone piled up. Like stairs. Maybe if you make a path to the coffin from there, how do we do that? Line up the crates, I guess. Yeah, it sounds about right. I guess it's just another of Zero's puzzles. Yeah. Get a shot. Oh, look at the Pushmaster 5000 runs off a battery. Keep it from using up its energy too fast. If the program says it'll only start moving once a path's been completely programmed in. Alright, I'll get it on lines. New materials been added to the file script. Once I'm also the Pushmaster 5000 pull the lever. Pushmaster 5000. You can move in 4 directions, you cannot move diagonally. The Pushmaster 5000's move count exceeds the battery life, it will be reset. Cannot lift heavy objects. Okay. Seems clear to me. Let's give this a try. Keep in mind that there is a limit on the battery, alright? Battery dies after 50 moves. These are just the manual. 50 moves, huh? I'll keep in mind that the Pushmaster 5000 can push heavy crates, okay? Yes, I read the manual. The square adjacent to the Pushmaster 5000 touch, the Pushmaster 5000 will move to that square. If there's a crate in the way, the Pushmaster 5000 will push up to a single crate. Move the crates appropriately and efficiently and fill the yellow areas. Okay. Oh, it's a sliding puzzle. Okay. Okay, cannot push that one. Mm-hmm. Oh ho ho. I see. mess around with this for a little bit. That's one in. Push you in. And I fucked myself. Okay then. Mm-hmm. Hang on there. I push you in. Just not enough moves. Okay. I had something going, but one thing that I hate about this game, it keeps on telling me the instructions every time I need to redo it, like I'm a dum-dum. Okay. I think that doesn't work. That doesn't seem like the answer. Push you in. Now we push you in. And what the fuck do I do over here? Huh. That's 51 moves now. Yay, one more. If I keep messing up, I'll have 1,000,000 moves to work with. I'll win eventually. This is very scuffed. I had something. If I'll make them twist a little bit, then I should probably have something that I can work with. I think this is easier to work with. probably do is... Ah, almost! God dang it. Oh, wait. That screws me over. Okay, make our little diamond shape. Yes! There you go. Okay, don't put it in the program. What do we do next? Be quiet and watch. See, it's moving already. Awesome, the Pushmaster 5000 did just what I told it to and light up all the crates. Great, now I can reach the coffin. You just need to climb those crates over by the fence. I'm gonna do some hardcore parkour. Let's see. They walked slowly past the row of crates until they came to the coffin. They stopped and nodded to one another, and Junpei put his hand on the lid of the coffin. Mommy! Just kidding. He smirked heartily at his own joke. Junpei grumbled and shook his head. Whatever, just open it. Junpei visited the Earth Sewer remind Santa that he would have had to open a long time. This Santa had interrupted and quickly threw out the little coffin. They peered inside. Contrary to what they expected, the inside of the coffin was quite large. It was mostly empty, but not completely so. Laying on the bottom was a rusty key, next to the key. It's a gun! Yeah, a revolver. It's pretty old. I wonder if it's a replica. Junpei reached down slowly and cautiously picking up the revolver. In his hand, it felt heavy. He checked the cylinder. There were 6 bullets. He'd never seen a real gun or even a real bullet before. He couldn't tell if these were real or not. The barrel was rifled and nothing seemed to be blocking it. As Ace had said, the gun was a very old model. However, it appeared to have been well maintained. If it was a real gun, Junpei thought it would most likely function perfectly. If it was real, holding the gun made Junpei feel unpleasant. Carefully place it back in the coffin. You're not gonna take it? Of course not. All something like this is gonna do is cause more trouble. It's a powerful weapon that gives one person a huge advantage. Something like that would be way too dangerous to have around. We are in enough danger already. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Maybe Zero put his gun here, hoping that something like that might happen.
In other words, maybe he put it here to make us fight each other.
In that case, we should most certainly leave it here. I, for one, have no desire to let Zero control. The others nodded. They had no desire to be under Zero's control either.
I must sleep, but I hope you make it out alive. Good night, have a good dream. Sleep well, Hera. Have some good sleep.
Okay, we've got that figured out. But you aren't gonna leave the key in there, are you? Yeah, of course I'm not.
Bye-bye.
Junpei picked up the rusty key and slid the top of the coffin back into place. The gun back where they had found it.
Rusty key!
The key in here. Yes, sounds like I did it.
Yay. Looks like it's open, Junpei.
I see. This key should open this door. Hey, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Yes, it's opening. You found it. Again. The hallway that left the cargo room headed straight towards the stern. Junpei and the other three proceeded down it silently. Some distance along it, a large room opened up on the left-hand side. It looked familiar. An iron gate covered each of the elevators. Junpei and his companions drew to a stop and began to discuss what their next move should be. We've seen this elevator before.
We got off one on the left just a little while ago.
Then we went through the number 6 door and that took us to the engine room. Yes, and after that we passed through a cargo room.
And now we're back here.
In other words, we made a loop. We're back where we started. Junpei approached the elevator. Gently, he pushed a triangular button on the wall next to it. A moment passed. The elevator door opened. And shut. Pushing the button had apparently restored power to the elevator. The elevator was now functional. What do? Do we return to C deck? No, this hallway keeps going. Even if we do end up going back, I think we should see what's down there first. I agree. Let's go. The decision made, Junpei and his companions left the elevator behind and continued down the hallway. Sometime later, Santa, who had been walking several paces in front of the rest, suddenly stopped. Set in the wall in front of him was a door. So far as Junpei could see, there was no other way to proceed. It was the door, or nothing. Alright, let's open it. Junpei took a deep breath, readied himself, then grabbed the doorknob and pulled the door open. He paused for a moment, then stepped through into the room. There he saw the number that had hung over his head since they had woken up. 9. Like the numbers on every other door, this one too was a rough shape made of red paint. Its door was set in the back wall of the room. Junpei left toward it with a sudden burst of hopeful energy. It was a large double door, heavy and full of solemn importance. He grabbed hold of the door handle and shook. Nothing. But he hadn't expected it to open. The rat sat on the wall next to the door. Its screen read vacant. Finally, they found it. Junpei felt himself overwhelmed by a torrent of emotion. At last, they'd found the exit. But cold gripped his heart, and he knew all too well why. As he stood, frozen, unsure on what to feel or think or feel.
Junpei, look! Behind you!
He spun around. He couldn't believe what he saw. It was a door with the number 9 written across it. Was there a second door? Why? Junpei's voice was barely audible, even to himself. He stumbled toward the second door as if somehow compelled. It was a small single door. It sat in the starboard corner of the room, on the same wall as the door they'd entered from, but in the opposite corner. 9. There's no mistaking it. A rat sat on the wall next to the door as well. Junpei shook the door handle pointlessly and muttered to himself. Why? Why the hell are there 2 doors? El Santo answered. There were always 2 doors. Just think about it. Zero never said there's only 1 door with 9 on it. It's hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9. Of course, you just assumed that there was only 1. That's all. Why would there be more than 1? Oh man. Jeez. Junpei was stunned. Zero's trick had taken him completely by surprise. There were 2 doors. That meant that all 9 people who met at the central staircase could escape and leave no one behind. Now the reason for the bracelet numbers being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 was clear. Divided in 2, the digital root for both teams would be 9. For instance, 1, 2, 7, 8 and 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, the digital root for both teams would be 9. Or 2, 3, 4, 9 and 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, the digital root would also be 9. There were many other workable combinations, but they all ended the same way, a digital root of 9. What did that mean? The answer was quite simple. From the very beginning, the Notary game was designed to save all 9 people. Well, and 2 people are dead. Zero hadn't been lying. Zero had never said there's only 1 door. But anyone who had found themselves in the game would have assumed that was the case. Fights would have broken out. One team would likely betray or deceive the other. Some might be hurt. Someone might get killed. But eventually, they would reach the room Junpei now found himself in, and realize the pointlessness of whatever violence they had visited upon each other. There were 2 doors, no need to kill each other. They'd understand to be appalled, overwhelmed with guilt at what they'd done. Perhaps that was the purpose of the game. That was how the Notary game was meant to be played. Fortunately, they hadn't started to fight one another, at least not yet. If one misstep was made, if the wrong mistake happened, the stakes would rise and the noose would tighten. Thought of it sent a chill down his spine. So, what are we going to do, Junpei? A voice broke through Junpei's frantic thoughts. Santa's voice. It brought Junpei back to his senses. No use worrying about the future. You need to figure out what we're going to do next. There were 4 people in the room. Ace, Santa, Junpei, and June. Their bracelet numbers were 1, 3, 5, 6. The other room would be 6. In other words, the 4 of them couldn't open the door with the number 9. What if there were only 3? Would door 9 be open with 3 of them? It took him no time at all to determine the answer. There was only one combination of 3 people that would give a digital root of 9. 1, 3, 5 equals 9. That would mean... No. We gotta go back. It was a possibility he was willing to consider. Santa and Ace agreed. Yep, I agree. We cannot leave June behind. Junpei let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Are you sure? I don't mind staying. June's body betrayed her true feelings. Her eyes were wet with the beginnings of tears and her legs shook. It's okay. There's no way we'd leave you behind. Santa said what Junpei had known the moment he realized which 3 people could go through the door. Besides, I'd rather drown at the bottom of the ocean and escape with this sausage fest. Maybe I'll get to go to Atlanta. Sure don't mean Atlantis. Oh, right. Ha 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 ha. Perhaps it was a sudden reassurance that no one wanted to leave June behind. But Junpei left harder than he had in some time. Santa and Ace smiled. You guys. June blinked tears from her eyes and bit her lip. She didn't seem to know what else to say. Very well. Let's head back to C deck then. You should be able to take the elevator we passed earlier. Perhaps Clover, 7 and Lotus will have returned from door 1. Even as Ace spoke, they knew finding the others wouldn't improve the situation. There was no way they could be split into teams that could both go through the doors. Ace knew it. They all knew it. There was nothing else they could do. But find the other three and search for another solution. Alright, let's go. Ace looked at all three of them, then turned and headed through the door. Santa and June followed. Junpei started toward the door, then stopped. He'd been too busy with other concerns to notice the room itself. It didn't seem terribly important now, but what exactly was it? Junpei looked around the room, for the first time noticing the things that weren't doors with 9 on them. Red carpet ran between 2 columns of wooden benches that ran the length of the room. The carpet began at the large set of double doors and ran toward the bow towards... Junpei wasn't sure. Was it an altar, perhaps? There was a small rectangular alcove at the end of the carpet, and inside the alcove was a raised platform. Resting on top of the platform was a coffin. Coffin. What on earth was a coffin doing in a place like this? Before Junpei had time to answer that question. Hey Junpei, the hell are you doing? Let's move. Santa's voice echoed from the hall outside. Right, okay. I'll be right there. Junpei turned on his heel and left the quiet, somber room. Oh. There is someone in there. They took the elevator up to C deck. Once there, they headed back toward the main hall and the central staircase. It didn't take them long. Junpei found Seven and Lotus waiting for them. They didn't look happy. We've got a problem. Clover is gone. Junpei and his 3 companions looked at one another. He turned back to Seven and Lotus. What do you mean, gone? Again? Santa, Ace, and June had their own questions to ask. When? Why? You two went into door 1 with Clover, didn't you? Seven and Lotus responded as best as they could. Yeah, we went through the door together. But Clover barely spoke to us. She did her own thing the whole time. There are 4 rooms on the other side of door 1. She wouldn't let us into the 4th room. She said, I'll take care of this one. And shut the door. She must have blocked it with something on the other side. We waited for a while, but Clover didn't come out. We called for her, but she didn't answer. So we kicked down the door and went into the room. But it was empty. Clover wasn't there. There was a door on the other wall. And it was open. I figured she opened the door and left by herself. We ran after her, of course, but obviously we didn't find her. You figured that much. Clover's gone. I thought for a moment. When did this happen? I got her just before you did. You certainly have excellent timing. We haven't searched anywhere other than near the staircase. No, we haven't. Finally, Ace spoke. His voice had an edge of resolve and concern. Very well then. We best separate and look for Clover. We don't have much time left. Let's begin. There are quick nods all around and the 6 remaining players spread out. Junpei and June ran into the central hospital room and looked around. She's not here. No, she isn't. Searched a little longer, but with no luck. They couldn't find Clover. Finally, they gave up and left the central hospital room. Slowly, they made their way back to the hallway. At last, they reached the stairs and Junpei spoke. Right, I think we should probably split up. I'll head back to the stairs and take the elevator down E deck. Junior can take the stairs up to B deck. Alright, that sounds good. But, what? Could you stop calling me by the code name when we're alone? Huh? Oh, sure, right. I'll do that. There was a reason Junpei persisted in calling her June, even when they were alone. Although perhaps not the best reason. He was embarrassed to call her by the nickname he used when they were children. Kani. 9 years ago, it came naturally. After all, they were children. But now they were adults. It felt strange. Regardless of what he might hope for, to call a woman he wasn't dating by such a childish nickname felt odd to him. Of course, to call her Miss Kuroshiki would be even more awkward, but simply Kuroshiki would seem a little risque. And although he couldn't put his finger on why, it felt somewhat forward to call her Akane, when they hadn't seen each other for so long. In short, it was simply easier for him to call her June and leave it at that. Alright, I'm going then. Yeah, be careful. Kani. June, or perhaps more appropriately Kani, blushed and smiled. Be careful too, June. Yeah, got it. Take care. Junpei looked after her for a moment as she ran up the stairs, then turned around and took off for the hallway. Tragedy always strikes when one least expects it. But to wait for a man to stand before striking him down seems almost crueler than dealing the fatal blow while he lies on the ground. Light in dark place, June's smile had given him hope, both for escape and possibly for something else. I don't like where this is going. It was that hope that raised his spirits, just not that they might soon be fully dashed. He opened the elevator door and there she was. A woman sat slouched against the wall. Lotus. Junpei felt his blood turn to ice. Her body was limp and her skin smooth and pale as always. Ah, fuck. It's covered in bright red blood. Junpei felt his chest constrict. He couldn't breathe and his legs began to shake. Slow, cold drop of sweat tricked down his back. He felt his stomach somersault. Junpei's mind went blank, all his thoughts replaced with endless hissing white. Driven by a little more than instinct, he began to walk toward Lotus, slowly. Each slow movement of his stiff limbs brought him closer to her corpse. Finally, he stood next to her. Robotically, he bent down and put his hand against her neck. There was no pulse, no rise and fall of breathing. It was slightly warm. Something somewhere in Junpei's shaken mind told him that means she's been killed recently. Yes, Junpei thought. His mind slowly returning, she had been killed. Someone had killed her. There's a deep cut on the left side of her chest. Blood still oozed from it, although clearly her heart had stopped beating some time ago. The weapon had been a knife then? Perhaps she was been stabbed in the heart once. She would have died immediately. Took little comfort from knowing she must have suffered very little. Only then did Junpei notice. Lotus's bracelet was gone. Lastly, let's discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only two ways to do so. One, you must escape from the ship. Two, your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship or detects its wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it'll shut down automatically. Is that why the killer had ended Lotus's life? So that they might have the number 8 bracelet? If that was true, then the killer was whoever wanted the number 8 bracelet. Or perhaps more accurately, the person who would gain the most by obtaining bracelet number 8s. Who is that? Who would benefit the most from the number 8 bracelet? The thought had only just entered Junpei's mind when he had heard a noise, a sound like a sharp knife cutting through wet meat. It struck him as strange that the noise came from inside his own body. A moment later the pain hit him. It wasn't merely pain, there was heat, extreme heat as well. It felt as though molten iron has been splashed against the side of his body. Finally his brain made a connection. He had been stabbed. But where? His body was quickly going numb. Couldn't tell where the knife had met his flesh. Given the circumstances, however, he had most likely been stabbed in the back. Whoever killed Lotus now had done the same to Junpei as well. His voice was a little more than a weak groan. With what little strength he had left, Junpei turned his body trying to catch a glimpse of his attacker. But as he did, the knife dug itself in deeper, twisting viciously. Yeah! Ugh. He collapsed to the floor, a puppet with his strings cut. His arms and legs lay where they fell, oddly twisted and awkwardly positioned. Junpei's body was entirely numb. He could feel the blood leaking out of him. But nothing would move. Nothing save his eyes. As he lay on the floor, his life ebbing away, Junpei finally saw his attacker. Two tiny images of the killer reflected in his eyes. As the recognition came, nothing. He felt no emotions, no anger, no sadness, not regret. The brass that had claimed his body has reached his mind. His killer glanced down at his body. Who is it? Who the fuck stabbed me? Then without a word climbed into the elevator and was gone. His eyesight began to fade, the world grew blurry and began to dissolve into an empty white fog. The fog crept into the edges of his mind and worked inexorably inwards. Soon it swallowed the last that remained of Junpei's mind and his consciousness left him. There was nothing more. Into utter emptiness he fell. Into zero. Whatever Junpei had been was gone. Bad end? What the fuck? Man. For some reason, I always seem to get the bad ends in video games. You've reached one ending. The game has multiple endings. In order to experience all the endings, you need to save now. Once you've saved, you can restart the game with information you've acquired in this playthrough saved. But you can begin the game again. You can skip through text you've already seen. Simply press right on the control pad to fast forward through lines you've already read. Once you read lines you haven't seen or new choices, it will automatically stop. Memory of Escape has been added on the title screen. Memory of Escape enables you to play the stage you have completed. It's recommended to save after this in order to unlock Memory of Escape. Yep, that's one of the endings. So that means... What happens if I press resume? Does it bring me all the way back to the beginning then? Yep, that brings me all the way back, okay. Well, we got one of the endings. I would have to see what the best way to tackle the other endings is going to be, because I know the Zero Escape games, they work with like a branching timeline type of thingy. So I would have to see what the best course of action would be for that. Just wait until... Quit, okay. Now let's begin with memories. Memories of Escape. Ah, okay. Oh wow, yeah, there are quite some escape rooms that I still need to do. Yeah, okay. What if I go from here? Begin with memories. What does this do? Oh, and it starts it just again. Okay. Let me just go back to the home menu. We'll leave it at this here for today. I think we've done more than enough of the game, but I did promise we would get to one of the endings, so hey, That's nice. But yeah, that will have to do for today. I think for next time we'll probably see if we can work towards one of the other 5 open endings that we still have. Now let me quickly pull up the schedule. Yes, so on Friday we have our last stream of the week with a new game, Sly 3: Honor Among Thieves. I'm so stoked to play another Sly game. It's been a little while, but I look forward to do that again for you guys. Yeah, that will have to do for me for today. Let's see here. Is there anyone? Oh, live. Let's see. He's playing something. Wait, let me have a look here. Pa, 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 pa. Say hi to Lo-Fi Samurai. We'll play some Pokemon Legends ZA. Hell yeah. Yes, there we go. Get the raid all set up. Let's go say hi. And I'll probably just head to bed because it's, as you can see from the clock, it's almost midnight for me. I have work again tomorrow. But yeah, thank you so much for joining me here. I had a lot of fun today. I did pretty well with some of the puzzles. I'm proud of myself. Yeah. See you all next time. Bye bye.